Right. Are we live? I don't know. Give it a second to update. Is it happening? Don't know. Tell me in the chat. Am I live? Can I be seen? Can I be heard? Let's try again later. Really though? Doesn't look like there's any activity in the chat. YouTube sort of says I'm live. If I was to open her up. I'm live. There we go. All right, it looks like I am. See. All right, don't know if there's anyone in the chat right now. Trying a little bit of a new experiment today. We've got Luke Hayes in the chat. So, Luke, tell me, can I be seen? Can I be heard? Bit of an awkward start. I'm actually trying sort of a new live stream setup today. And how are you? What are you doing? Apologies. I had to cancel the first stream because I set it up incorrectly. Luke says that he can see me, he can hear me, and the stream's all good. Yes. We ended up starting a little later today than what I wanted to because I'm actually not streaming through my phone today. Oh, it's lagging, is it? Okay. That's good to know. I don't think there's much that I can do about that exactly, but hopefully, is the audio lagging or just like the video? Because today, what I wanted to do was, well, test out streaming through my computer with a bunch of things attached to it, and also just have a chat through a bunch of things that I wanted to. Usually, the streams start pretty slow. The lagging's cleared up now, but he's having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. It's actually just the start of my day right now. So just before the stream, I whipped down to Coles and I got myself a Boss coffee. And I saw in the previous stream that Robert Fowler was in there asking if I'd got a triple dare iced coffee. Actually, just the double dare today. All right. So I'm just going to change things up a little bit here and see if I can bring the chat into the live stream itself, which I think I have done successfully for the most part. And I guess I also want to try and... So there's a bunch of things that I wanted to talk about today. I made a list. And the starting with the opening title, like the thumbnail, is that we're starting to get snow. How do you feel about that, Luke? Did you see the snow cameras earlier this week at Perisher? I think it's actually snowing down there now. and wanted to talk through a couple of other bits and pieces as well. So usually these streams start off pretty slow. Luke, I appreciate you being here, but as people join, usually later on, people just join and have a chat. And if you are watching this on playback, then thank you very much for doing that. Please leave a like. We appreciate that too. Help people find these silly videos and hangouts that we do. So back to my day. Yeah, just beginning. I went down to Coles and got a couple of things, and then messed around with my computer for a bit. My plan is to sort of get after it today. I've got a whole bunch of things that I really want to accomplish, and the and I want to. I've got just some stuff around the house I need to do. I bought a new. I'm here. I'm doing the live stream. I bought a new battery for one of my motorcycles. I want to install that today. And one of the other things I wanted to talk about today was the post production on the podcast that I recorded, or that we recorded with Bad Riders last week. I'm just having a quick look at the chat. Looks like I'm missing some comments here. There we go. All right. I thought that I was the only one talking. So I can see now that Ski Man is in the chat. Welcome, Ski Man. Hope you're doing well. So today I can see he says, yo, let's go. And dropping some potatoes in the chat. We love to see some potatoes in the chat. That's something that I can join in with for sure. Let's drop some potatoes in there. And you guys can see actually how far behind in the stream we are. From when it drops in the actual live chat to when you hear me or see me typing it in. But Luke A says, very nice and early for you, Mr. Chuck. I wouldn't say it's too early. It's probably, I don't know, if anything, today was a little bit of a sleep in for me. So I got up around about a little bit before 8 o'clock. Normally I'm up around 7. So for those over in the United States or other countries, we started this stream local time around about 9:20 a.m. Sunday morning. And I believe it's Saturday afternoon / evening over in the United States. The time zones always confuse and muddle me up. Actually, no, I'm pretty good with the time zones these days, but I always do find it interesting. So Luke says that he's pretty pumped, really getting excited about this season. Just booked his accommodation for opening weekend this morning. Let's go. That's pretty exciting, man. Yeah, that's great. Opening weekend, and that's, I guess, the first topic really that we wanted to talk about. And so Ski Man asked the question directly: is Australia still open for skiing? Well, actually, the short answer is it's actually just about to open. So our winter happens completely opposite to what your guys's does. So I think you guys' winter kind of begins around about, like, it starts getting cold and snowing around about November, and kind of the season runs through to like April-ish, April, May, depending on where you're at. So here in Australia, in January is the middle of summer. It's the exact opposite. And our skiing and snowboarding, it opens around about the first week, usually the first weekend of June. So it's now the 7th of May. So we're almost exactly a month. Pardon me. Almost exactly a month before our season opens up here. So we're getting pretty excited. So what are you up to, Ski Man? Did you have a good season? Let us know. So that's really exciting, Luke. I assume that you'll be hitting Perisher. Whereabouts are you going to be staying? Are you going to be staying around Jindabyne? Are you going to be in the van? Well, I assume you'll be traveling in the van, but will you be sleeping in the van? Or have accommodations that are a little more lush? Are you going to take Lauren with you? And do you have the day off today? Because I believe I am most definitely going to be heading down for the opening area, the opening time. I think I'm actually going to travel down. I'll be staying at Adaminaby, where my van is, and um, I'll definitely be in the area. Um, Actually, I think Luke's just asked that question. Do you have any plans of making it up opening weekend? I know it's not a big thing for you to go opening weekend. Um, I'm going to be in the area. I think a couple days before the weekend. I think midway through the week, I'm going to make my way down to the camper and just hang out there for a bit. What I'd probably like to do is for opening day, I want to be at Selwyn if there's enough snow there, and I'm probably going to stay for at least the weekend and maybe a couple of days after, and I'll be hitting and I will be at Perisher at some point. Um, when I'm at Perisher, I'll decide probably closer to the day, and that'll be based on weather and crowds and whatnot. So the resorts haven't announced what actual day they're going to open yet. So I assume it's going to be either Friday, or I think the official opening of the season will be whatever the Friday is in that week. A good question to figure out when that might be. My calendar here. So I believe that, yeah, I'd say it'd be the 9th or 10th of June. The 10th is the Saturday. So I don't know if I want to be at Perisher on opening day, and especially if Selwyn's opening the same day, I'll probably go to Selwyn because I've got the season pass for there, and there's likely to be less crowds. There's likely to be less snow as well, but you never know. And then we'll see what the crowds are like and what terrain is open. Like if they get a lot of snow and they've got more than just Front Valley open, like if they've got Happy Valley a little bit more, then I'd be more inclined to go to Perisher. But if you're going to be at Perisher, then I'm also going to be more inclined to go ride with you. Robert Fowler's made it back into the chat. It's good to have you, mate. I've been waiting to have a discourse with you about a coffee, which is always fun to have. Mhm. All right, that's where we're at. Ski Man says about to open for skiing. That's crazy. It's kind of sad how lots of ski resorts near me are closed. Now Mammoth is staying open. Mammoth Mammoth could probably stay open all year round. I see there's such isn't it such high elevation, and they have like lots of snow there for sure. So but yeah, no, the seasons are opposite, man. It's funny, a lot of people don't realize that when your season ends, ours is about to start. Um, Already answered that one. Luke Hayes. He says no, he's staying at the caravan park. NRMA is the good caravan park though. I like the facilities there, and the view is really good too. It's not as sheltered from the wind depending on where you're parking, but if you're in the van, that's not a problem for you. Um, and he's taken he has to take the missus with him. Lauren's gonna be there. Okay. Oh, that's good to know. Um, but no, she'll enjoy. Jindabyne's a beautiful town, and yeah, you can see it. Robert Fowler, he says, "Did you get the 750 double?" Most certainly did, my friend. I most certainly did. I nipped off to Coles just quickly, just before the live stream, because I didn't have time to make coffee. So, like actual coffee. So I just went, you know what? It's easier just to rip down to Coles. And I saw that Boss was on special as well. So I got one of those, the iced mocha. And sorry, Luke, I know matcha is your favorite flavor, but this is kind of our version of Dutch Bros, if anything. Robert Fowler says he's got to jump off, but good to see you, Chuck, and the rest of the crew. Thanks for stopping in, Robert. We appreciate you doing that, and enjoy whatever you're getting up to today. He's probably going e-skating or something, or hitting the gym. I'm not even sure what's going on there. So it's probably really small if you guys are watching on your phones, but you guys, I'm guessing. I hope you can see the chat. Just to the side of me here. That's weird because it's like a mirror reverse. So we've got Shadow 233T in the chat. He says, "Yo, Shadow, it's good to see you." He says Carlo is driving him down the mountain. That's awesome. Is there still snow at are you guys still allowed to ride at Bogus? Surely this would be like the last day, wouldn't it? Robert Fowler says enjoy the coffee. Oh yeah, literally I need to read further down in the chat. Shadow says today was the last day of snowboarding at Bogus Basin, and the May the 6th. And also another thing from this week, I have to shout out Star Wars Day. And even though it was a couple of days ago, May the 4th be with all of you. If you enjoy the Star Wars as much as I do, then you'll appreciate that. Luke Hayes says, "Hey Shadow, make sure you congratulate Carlo for getting his license for me." And yeah, Carlo, we were all really stoked to hear that you got your driver's license. I hope you're enjoying driving. It's actually a lot of fun. I do it all day, every day. Actually, for my job, I drive. I actually teach people how to drive a car. Luke says, "Take it easy, Robert." And Shadow says that he's going to upload new videos today. That's awesome. What video are you uploading today? Is it a snowboarding video? Luke says, it would be nice if me and Lauren could take you out for dinner one night, if that would be okay with you. Of course, yeah. So we could like arrange that for maybe a day after snowboarding. Like I'm not staying in town at Jindabyne, so I'd probably just like bring a change of clothes or something with me. And I don't know, maybe sneak in a shower in at the NRMA or something like that, and kind of go Because I know they give you like a code for the bathrooms or something there. And yeah, for sure, I'm down. I'd like to meet Lauren for sure. I'm looking forward. I look forward to that. We just have to arrange like what when we know what days we're going to be riding and stuff. We'll set a date for that. Are you guys just there for the weekend? You going like Saturday and Sunday, going home on Monday, or are you like really like leaving on Friday? Like, what are you guys doing? Let me know. Uh, And Luke says that yes, we can see the chat. That's awesome because it's one of the things that I've been wanting to do for a while is just stream from because I'm here all the time. Usually I use my phone and I want to stream from the like from the computer. So I'm actually using like a better camera than my phone's camera, and the stream is running through the computer. I'm using like a proper microphone, so I'm hoping that the audio is better than usual, and because I'm running it through streaming software, I can do things like bring the chat in, or if I, for instance, want to look up something on Google, I can actually show you guys my screen that I'm looking up. So it's really cool and a bit nerdy, but I've wanted to do it for a while. So I hope that it's working. Um, Shadow says yes. Today was the last day. Uh, and Luke with a topic that I almost put. We mostly talk about snowboarding on here, but I guess we can really talk about anything. And I literally said in the title that you can ask me anything. So, uh, Luke asks, "Have you been to see the new Guardians of the Galaxy movie yet?" The answer is yes. I am really personally, I am really a big fan of like the Marvel Studios, like what they're doing with the movies. I'm not a huge comic book guy. Like I do watch a bunch of like YouTube, like nerdy YouTube channels that break down all of the movies and the trailers and the leaked um, like spoilery things and that kind of connect like they explain what happened in the comics and what might happen in the movies and stuff. I'm really into that stuff, so I actually really usually like to see the movies like when they come out, and because I hate things being spoiled, and I'm usually if I scroll through something I don't want to see like a spoiler from the movie. So I actually went and saw Guardians Volume 3 on Wednesday night, which was the in an advanced screening, because I'm a nerd. And if anyone else, so I don't want to put any spoilers out there, but if you guys are interested in the movie, I can give you like a spoiler-free review. And Luke, just still talking about dinner. He says, "Yeah, mate. I was thinking it could be a late afternoon dinner type thing, so that you can get back to the van. You're more than welcome to have a shower at the park. Yeah, I just need you to like let me into the toilet block or the shower amenities." Um, and Luke says he's got like a little cabin. Don't need to worry about showers. You can have one in the cabin. Nice. Um, Shadow asked Luke how he's doing. Like he's doing all right, but Luke can be the one to answer that. Shadow says that Carlo says hi. Hello, Carlo. And I just realized that you probably can't, you're not in the chat because you're driving Shadow right now down the hill at Bogus. And that's the boss. Iced coffee down. We now get to the main event, the Dare iced coffee. Wonder. Usually I can see how long I've been live for, but right now I can't see that. Wait, the chat's not being nice. Actually, if I make it like this. Good. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, now I can see how long I've been live for. Okay. The chat gone. All right. Where we're up to. Luke says that he's thinking of leaving on Friday and coming home Monday around lunchtime. All right, cool. So I'm definitely planning to be there around that time. So when it gets closer and we know what we're doing, and also we sort of know what Swanee is planning on doing as well, because I don't know if Swanee has decided yet what he's going to do. I think he's waiting to see like what the snow is like, and then he's going to make a call on what to do, whether he's going to go down. I think he will though, so we might have Swanee with us as well. Luke says that he's going. Luke's talking to Shadow. He says he's going good. Can't wait to watch the latest videos. So that's something on my list today. There's a few YouTube videos I need to catch up on, and so you never know, Shadow. I may appear in your comment section this afternoon or this evening for you. Luke is confirming for me that the picture is clearer, which it should be, because it's a much better camera that I'm using, even though it's kind of being compressed down a bit because it's YouTube, but should be better than my phone camera, and the audio should be clearer. I don't know whether I've got the levels on the microphone quite right though, so I don't think I'm blowing it out too much. And I was just thinking, where is Bad Riders? So that's opening day. We spoke about opening day. I feel like I'm definitely gonna be there for opening weekend, maybe even opening week. If the snow is good, I might stay longer. So that whole week after the weekend, I've like cleared my schedule. So just in case. Luke says, out of the Marvel universe, Guardians of the Galaxy is my favorite one. Yeah. So if you really liked like the other two Guardians movies and those characters, then I think you're really going to like Volume 3. It's a lot of people are saying that, you know, it's really the first Guardians movie, like it sets such a high bar for what a Marvel movie could be, like from a bunch of characters that really in the mainstream, like they were a comic book series, the Guardians, but they weren't really all that popular. And James Gunn like took them and made them into household names. So and this volume 3 is supposed to be like the conclusion of, you know, that trilogy of movies, And I feel like in terms of like wrapping, like finishing the arc of the story for all of those characters, that they've done a really good job. And the movie definitely hits. So if you haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil anything, but it definitely has like a lot of emotion in it. There were two or three moments where I nearly teared up. So definitely like it's got all of the humor that you would expect and that you've come to know, like from the Guardians franchise, and also it really hits on the emotional beats of the story. So the action, some of the action, there's one action sequence in particular that was absolutely like I was on the I was it was a jaw I was gonna say jaw breaking, but that's not the correct term. But it was really breathtaking and probably the best action sequence I've seen so far in an MCU film. Uh, but have you guys seen and the performances too? So it's the movie. It's not a perfect movie. There are some problems that I have with it, um, but uh, but not. But it was really enjoyable. The jokes are funny. It's a satisfactory ending, and yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Without spoiling the movie for anyone that hasn't seen it at this point, because it literally just came out a couple of days ago. And we've got Yannick in Motion SLB in the chat. How you doing, my friend? He says on this same topic of the Guardians of the Galaxy, he says that it's funny, or that the Guardians is funny, and he's slowly getting away uh, from the others. Way too many Marvels. Um, there's definitely like a lot of content, and I think that they're slowing it down, to be honest, because of that. And I think some of the shows recently haven't been as higher quality um, or as impactful. But but yeah, I'm excited for what's coming in Marvel. I'm a bit of a nerd for that stuff, so I'm gonna keep following it, whether it's good or it's bad. But Guardians definitely is probably, I wouldn't say it's one of the Volume 3. It's not like the best Marvel movie I wouldn't say by a long way. I think it's definitely up there. But in recent years, um, it's definitely one of the best. For me, it's like up there with it's up there with Wakanda Forever. Probably just probably bumps a little higher than that one for me. It's because it's the conclusion of this trilogy. But yeah. Anyway, I could talk about Marvel and stuff all day. And if you guys want to, and I'm cool with that. But um, there's some other stuff to talk about as well. uh, so Luke says good morning to Yannick. That he's the same and can't keep up with it all. So it is a lot to keep up with for the like casual viewer. If you're the guy like me that like watches everything and watches all of the breakdowns and follows like a bunch of them nerd channels, then it's not too hard to follow the overall story and be, a lot of people are critical of it. I love it. But if you're just the casual fan that and doesn't who picks and chooses which ones to see, then it can be hard to follow the overall story. I think the good thing about a Guardians Volume 3, and I know I keep talking about it, but is that you don't really have to have seen any other Marvel property or any other movie or TV show to understand this movie. Honestly, you probably don't even really have to have seen um, the other two Guardians movies to understand and enjoy this movie. So, um, but obviously it is a conclusion. So there's a lot of references back to the other two movies and stuff that's happened. Um, and it does kind of answer some of the things from like the Guardians popped up in Thor 3. They popped up in they had their own like Christmas special, which is that's a fun thing to watch. And I think that they were in a couple of other movies like the the Infinity War and Endgame and stuff too. And Luke's like, "Yeah, you're the man to ask about this movie. I think I'm going to have to watch it this afternoon now." It's a really good movie. But yeah, like I said, it's pretty heavy on the emotion, and actually, some of the scenes in it are like really hard to watch. Like there's a lot of kind of sort of disturbing stuff, and the themes in it are definitely there's a lot of commentary about like sort of cruelty to animals and stuff, and it's very much a Rocket Raccoon story. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that for the Guardians because there's a bunch of other things that I wanted to talk about. Oh, Adventurer Carlo is in the chat again. He must have just finished driving Shadow down the hill. Perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. All right. So Carlos says, "Me and Shadow are at the gas station having some snacks." Nice. So there was a bunch of things I wanted to talk about, and if I'm fancy enough, I might even be able to bring some of those onto the screen. Look at that. Look at that. We have the technology. Actually, they're in the description of this video right now, which has 5 likes, and I actually need to like it myself. There you go. There's a live like. How do I get myself in the frame and also seeing what's going on here? Over there. Yeah, there we go. We're getting real fancy now. What Adventurer Carlo, what snacks are you guys having at the gas station? Are you guys having Idaho Spuds? Because I sort of miss those things, but I don't miss those things because there's a lot of sugar in all of those snacks. uh, Luke Hayes says you may need to start a new channel called Chuck's Marvel Universe. Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe I could do some like Marvel stuff, but I'd just be really ripping off there's other channels that do that stuff really really well. Um, so, but I'm just like a a little bit of like a movie nerd. But anyway, so there was a bunch of things here that I wanted to go through, and so we've got the winter is coming, and we kind of already talked about that down here. So Luke and I looks like we're going to be meeting up, and maybe Swanee in the coming up or the upcoming opening to the season. Opening day plans, we sort of talked about that. So I'm planning on going to Mount Selwyn on opening day. But we'll probably then be meeting up with Luke that weekend soon after that. So it'd be good to see Luke Hayes and his misso, his partner Lauren. Podcast production. Actually, that was something. So, but I'm gonna come back to that one because I think this one is one that we need to ask the question: where is Ellstacker, and what has Ellstacker been up to? Does anyone have any thoughts? Luke and Shadow, was Ellstacker up there for the last day at Bogus? We need to know. We need to know. And Luke's congratulating Carlo as well on getting his driver's license. And Adventurer Carlo says, "Hey, Luke, thanks, dude." I think we need to put some potatoes in the chat. Carlo says that they're eating chips and crackers. Awesome. Carlo says yes. Ellstacker was at Bogus Basin. That's good to know. Was he still up there when you guys left? So where is he on the stream? At the moment, we've got people watching, according to YouTube. 8 likes. Thanks for dropping a like on the video, everyone. I really appreciate that. Was Ellstacker wearing the green jacket? Carlo says that he's got to drive Shadow home. So drive safe, boys. Thanks for dropping into the stream. Cheers for leaving a like if you've done that. And we'll see you in another video or another live stream. I'm sure Carlo will go live soon. When does he normally go live? Sundays or something? It's probably tomorrow. That's usually when Ellstacker goes live too. Ellstacker. Ellstacker's probably driving down from Bogus too. But knowing the way that Ellstacker drives, then he's probably already back home by now. So what's everyone's plans for the rest of the day? I mean, here in Newcastle, the day is only young. I can hear Swanee just getting out of bed now. And at the crisp time of 10 a.m. Oh, and here he is. Bad Riders has made it to the chat. Chuck, what technological advancement is this? Yes, Mr. Bad Riders, we have the chat box actually in the chat. We've got Ski Man Ski Lifts is saying yo to Carlo and welcome to the stream. And Luke says that he thinks he may have a new girlfriend because I haven't seen or heard of him in 4 weeks. I've got to say that I've probably had I've got a couple of yos out of him, like a yo here and there. But I think you might be right. Is Ellstacker preoccupied? In the chat, the previous version of this chat that I had to cancel, then Ellstacker did drop a yo like early on. I haven't seen him in this latest iteration. I had to cancel the first one because of all of this Fandangle technology of bringing stuff like in to the stream. I set it up wrong, so I had to redo it. And actually, I'm not sure if it's Ski Man or if it was someone else, but I think on the last live stream that we did with Bad Riders, someone left a comment. It was a really good question, and I haven't answered it yet. In fact, maybe you guys can help me answer it on the live stream today. Don't let me forget that. That's good. That's a good idea. We can do that. But let's see. We've actually, the chat is really popping off right now. No longer do I have to make up awkward things to say. So Luke Hayes says about time, Bad Riders. We've been talking so much shit about you since you haven't been here. Have we though? Have we really? No, we love Bad Riders in here. We love all you guys. Um, Bad Riders is just smoking the chat with a bunch of comments, and we love that. And we're up to 9 likes now. That's pretty cool. So Bad Rider says he saw Swanee last weekend. Can confirm the dude is hitched. We're not talking about Swanee though. We're talking about Ellstacker. And Swanee is hitched. That's actually news to me. Oh, that's funny. So, Mr. Bad Riders, what do you think of the video and audio setup? Because I'm actually not using the microphone that you gave me. I'm using a USB microphone. But let me know. Does it sound better than my phone? I'm hoping so. Luke thinks it sounds good. Ski Man says, Chuck Van, what's your favorite ski resort? Actually, that's a really good question. Are you? And I'm going to ask you to clarify that. Favorite ski resort, like overall, like of every ski resort I've ever been to, and or favorite one in Australia, because I feel like I have like different favorite resorts for different things, if that makes sense. So there's certain resorts that if I want to like ride in the trees, I'd go to. If I want really good deep snow, I'd choose a different one, you know. If I wanted like nice groomed runs, there might be another different one that I would choose. So it's really hard to kind of pick one overall. But let me know uh, if you mean overall or just in Australia, or pick a country for me to choose. And actually, I'm just gonna go fix what's going on behind me because the light is really blowing out the image from the window. And yes, I'm still wearing my PJs. The live stream started early. Get over it. um, all right. So Bad Rider says it's the lack of one wheel clips. Yeah, I am sort of bummed actually. Need more light here. Oh, that's crazy. That better or worse? I think it's better. Yeah, we kind of ran out of time. Like with Bad Riders, we did do some one wheel riding, um, but and showed Bad Riders how to one wheel a little bit. The problem is that it's a shadow, a literal shadow. We've got shadow in the chat, and we've got a shadow on me. So yeah, we wanted to do some one wheeling clips because all the guy we were saying that we were doing it, but Luke said if there's no clip, then it never happened. But we did a live stream, and then immediately after the live, like we were one wheeling, me and Adam just before the live stream, and then we did the live stream, and then immediately after the live stream, we had to go and take Adam to the airport. So we actually didn't get any one wheel clips. So Adam, you're gonna have to come up here again, and we're gonna have to ride one wheels. Light is actually doing my head in just a little bit. So I'm gonna just see if I can turn it down. Just like that is nice, actually. Shadow says it was not wearing a green jacket, Ellstacker. It's not wearing a green jacket, Ellstacker. So Ellstacker wasn't wearing his signature all temp green jacket. I don't believe it. I can't believe it. It couldn't be. Ooh, Ski Man. Ski Man's answering the question he asked me. And that's that he's guessing Bogus Basin is my favorite ski resort. Bogus really is up there, honestly. Bogus has a bit of everything. You know, it's a sort of it's not a small resort. I've been at smaller resorts, but it is sort of like a really condensed, tight package that has almost everything that you would want. So, you know, it's not a bad choice, actually. Oh no. You know what? I'm just gonna bail on that. I thought we lost the camera for a second, but we're all good. It's back. Come back to this, I think. So I want this to go over here. Ski Man says that the audio is awesome. Actually, am I even caught up with the chat? You guys are being way too. Well, actually, no. I love that you guys are commenting. I need to go. Means I need to go faster. Where am I up to? I'm up to here, I think. All right. Bad Rider says I'm gonna say Perisher. Yeah, I do like Perisher. Is it my favorite though? I don't know. It's a really tough question. Honestly, I don't know if I can answer it. I feel like I need to think about it. Falls Creek is definitely up there, like 100%. Is it my favorite? I don't know. Like it's got a really good progressive terrain park. Like I feel like it's more accessible for me as someone who doesn't really ride the terrain park and is really scared of it. There's some nice progressive features where I feel like at Perisher you've got like very, very beginner, and then you've got like super huge and intimidating, but nothing really in between. Bad Rider says the audio is very good. Bad Rider, Ski Man says the audio is awesome. It's better than the phone, but that's not a hard bar to pass. I think it's doing pretty good, like for a USB microphone. And this is cool too because you guys can actually see like where I'm up to in the chat and what I'm looking at, because usually when you guys have your own chat, I'm going up and I'm going down and I'm going up and I'm going down. And I'm trying to figure, and I lose my spot a fair bit. So it's good for you guys to be able to see a little bit of the BTS of that. Chuck is nursing that Dare Ice coffee. It needs a nappy change. Actually, this is you being late to the stream. I actually downed one of these before even starting the Dare Ice coffee. So I had, I couldn't get Luke's favorite flavor. I had to get mocha, not matcha. But we have it. It's there. Okay, so Ski Man says favorite resort overall. Okay. Oh dear. I'm gonna have to pick one, aren't I? I know. There's so many good ones. Kevin was talking the other day about Palisades being like his pretty much overall favorite. I think Palisades, like the day that we were there, it was amazing. But Is it my favorite resort overall from what I've seen? No. Geez, the powder was awesome. But when you go to anywhere on an epic powder day, you're gonna think that's the best resort you've ever been to. Um, I mean, Niseko is pretty well up there because I don't think it's my favorite, but Niseko has a lot of variety, and because it's sort of like there's like four resorts on one mountain, like there is got a good variety of terrain. And it's not the thing I like most about Niseko is that it's not a gnarly mountain really. It's actually pretty mellow in a lot of ways, and I don't like super steep. It's not my favorite terrain. um, so let's pencil in. I think we'll. So do I like Bogus more than any other mountain in Australia? I think so. Bogus is sitting up there. I don't know. If I got to spend a whole season at Bogus Basin or a whole season at Perisher, which one would I choose? Because Perisher's sort of it's got my it's my home mountain, really. Yeah, I ski man, I can't answer you. I need to think about it more. I really need to think about it more. It's such a high stakes question in my mind. um, okay, says no. I'm just lying, mate. Love my bad riders. Can't wait to meet the man. It's got to happen at some point. It's a bummer that you couldn't come meet us. Um, I think we were because we went to ESS in Erina, and a bit it's like when Bad Riders is happy, it's just such a long drive for you to get up here. But we were thinking meet in between somewhere, but I think you might have been working on the day that we ended up doing that. Uh, um, Bad Riders says, "Hey, it's my Insta 360 mounting point. Can't cover that." Yeah. Yeah, Bad Riders when we did the podcast. And that's probably something that we can transition to. I'm just gonna skip to the bottom of the chat and just see if there's anything like really super interesting. I mean, all of your comments are super interesting to me, but um there's some comments in there my about my clothing, some boots. You guys are popping off in the chat. We got DM here. Hey DM. Actually, I think it was DM maybe who I was talking before about a really cool question that was asked in the last live stream comments and I never answered it. So maybe if DM's there when we get to that part that we can answer that live. Um, but what were we just about to talk about? The podcast, I think. The podcast. So while we were in how long have we been live for? Like, oh, I'm happy to stay live for a bit longer today. Oh, it's nearly been an hour. That's crazy. You know what? We're gonna go for longer than an hour. We'll go for at least another half hour. If you guys are keen to keep chatting, because I'm gonna need at least that long to get through just even the comments that are here right now and the topics that I want to discuss. And plus, I've got a lot of Dare Ice coffee. Um, this is where the clothing must have started. Ski Man is saying, "Yo, Chuck, has the Snowboard Pro Camp shirt. Let's go." I do. Literally the Snowboard Pro Camp shirt right here. So what I wanted to discuss, because I bring in my topics of conversation for today, one of them was podcast post production. So we've covered winter is coming. We've covered opening day plans. We've sort of covered where is Ellstacker, even though we haven't quite found Ellstacker yet. And what kind of videos I should make, we'll cover later. But podcast post production. So for those who don't know, Bad Riders, who is in the chat, Mr. Adam O'Grady of Bad Riders, came and we recorded a podcast together. And that happened last weekend. He came and visited, which was a really super fun weekend. I really enjoyed it a lot. Got my ass whooped at go-karts and have never had so much fun. I didn't come last. Of the three of us, I came last because Swanee, Bad Riders, myself. But I was not slowest in the group. So I'm happy about that. But I don't need to be the fastest either. So, DM says he's got company. So, I want to get to DM. So I'm going to quickly talk about this podcast. So yeah, Adam and I recorded a podcast in this very room that I'm streaming from now. Now people are trying to, it's the DWCP. Someone's probably actually promoting this podcast. Oh, this, no, it's Kaz. Oh, how about that? So Kaz lives up in the mountains. She's a DWCP member. And she has just posted a photo of her yard here. There we go. How do I get myself in the frame? It's a bit snowy in her yard over here. How cool's that? I keep getting digressed. But yeah, it's a little snowy in Berrydale where she lives. That's really cool though. I don't mind being interrupted for that. Oh dear. That's good. So we can get rid of that. Oh no, I'm trying to get rid of me. That's so. There we go. That could go over here. I'm still getting used to trying to use all this technology that we have. So, but anyway, I want to talk about the podcast. Otherwise, I keep getting distracted, and then I'm going to come back to your guys' comments. So, Bad Riders and I, we recorded a podcast. There's about 2 hours worth of just random discussions, and there was a lot of really cool discussion that happened, and I can't wait for you guys to see and hear what it becomes. We're probably going to do I'm going to release the full chat on the DWCP channel. I don't know when exactly because the process is taking longer than what I thought it was going to. So we did some things when recording the podcast that we thought was going to make it easier. There's a few choices that we made that actually made it more difficult to edit. So than the previous one that I did with that we did with Ellstacker. So it's probably going to take a little bit of extra time because we've got a bunch of different cameras and audio sources, and I've got to sync it all up. So I thought it'd be really cool. I can see it's at the bottom of the chat right there. That what's Bad Rider saying? I can only imagine the edits on that podcast. Well, actually, interestingly enough, let's just I'll leave the chat open, but if I can bring, I do this. Let's bring this over here, and then bring that up to here, and then we'll bring this up to here. I can bring me. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Can't believe that this is happening. So speaking of the edit on the podcast, this is actually it right here. And it's a pretty crazy looking timeline. And for you guys that don't understand what happens in the editing process, so we actually used 3 cameras to record myself and Adam having a chat, and we used one microphone. I wanted to use 2. Adam said my omnidirectional microphone will do the job, and I was like, I trust you. Sorry, Adam, we should have gone with my idea. 2 microphones would have been way easier, and probably ended up with a better output. So, unfortunately, as a result, we have to, as a result, one of us is going to, when I put the podcast out, it's probably going to be like louder than the other. Anyway, there's some learnings that happened from this podcast, but as you can see, there's a bunch of different tracks here, and because we had to stop and start the audio, stop and start the cameras, part of what I have to do before I can edit this podcast, before I can put this podcast together, is actually sync up the video and the audio from all of the different cameras and microphones. And that is a process that takes some time. And so this is the first part of it. But then I've got a bunch of all of these like sort of other clips here. Where half of that's gone. That's weird. I thought there was more of that. So yeah, and it's all just sort of like layered on top of each other, and we've got a bunch of. I'll bring this here. Got a different look at Bad Riders, a good crotch shot from myself, and then the 2 of us just sort of sitting there. But at the moment, you can see we've got audio from the 3 different cameras, and I'm actually going to end up using the audio from some of the cameras as well as the microphone that we used. So if you look down the bottom here, there's actually a chunk. See this blue audio stream. If I move it just across just a little bit. This track right down the bottom here that has a big gap in the middle of it. So unfortunately, there was some segments where the microphone stopped recording, and we've got this gap. And so the editor that I use has a function where it tries to make sense of all these different clips and put them all together. But unfortunately, the way that we recorded it, the editor had some problems doing that, and I have to. Probably the first half hour of the footage is all good and synced up really well, but then the next hour and a half, I'm gonna essentially have to sync up manually. So Luke asked, when is the podcast gonna drop? The answer is when I've figured out how to sort out the order of all these clips and make sure that because when I first plugged it all into the timeline, there was a bunch of clips where it put the video over the wrong audio. And so I need to go through and fix all that for 2 hours worth of footage. So it's going to take a while, is the short version. I imagine that the full podcast, we're going to premiere it. And that full podcast is probably going to drop, I'm going to say in 2 weeks. I'm going to need probably at least that amount of time. Because I'm just going to be editing this in bits and pieces outside of work, I'm planning to do a bunch of the syncing work today, like after this podcast or after this live stream. So anyway, that's the lowdown of what's happening with that podcast. So I've already, I think Bad Riders will be pleased to know that I've actually made. Will be pleased to know that I've made a start on it. Anyway, I'm gonna have to just bail on that for now. But I thought that there was more clips that were actually lined up. So actually, there's a whole bunch. Oh no, yeah, no, that's all good. So I noticed. Yeah. So actually, you can see in orange that there's actually a whole bunch of these orange clips that from one camera that was detected up here. Actually, that goes out to 3 hours. There was more footage that from the other cameras that has to go in there. So I just need to sync it up. Anyway, just even looking at this, I'm confused, and I'm sure you guys are really, really bored and have clicked off the stream by now. Yeah, we've only got 3 people watching. But I just thought that some of you might be interested in seeing a bit of the behind the scenes from that. All right. And now we're back, and I'm back into your guys' comments. Let's see if I can find where I was up to. Oh, wow. Okay. Bad Rider says, hey, Chuck and Luke, I have some news too. Ooh. What news is that? In true Bad Riders fashion, decision was made last minute and no cameras were taken out. I'm not sure what he's referring to, actually, in that one. Actually, let me know in the chat if you guys are still here. I know Bad Riders is here. Because I don't trust what YouTube tells me with how many people are watching. I think it says 5, but we'll see. Anyway, let's continue on. Where is the... I thought I had the chat highlighted where I'm up to. Okay. There we go. Batter Eye says, that light angle has me thinking Chuck's about to bust out into Bohemian Rhapsody. Yeah, that's why I turned it off. It looked a bit weird. Maybe if I do it like... Oop. Is that even working? Oh, there we go. Actually, that's better. That's way better. It kind of helps with being... Yeah, okay. I can be seen better. So Luke Hayes says, all of Chuck's clothing is from Snowboard YouTube community. he's a massive supporter of all the snowboarders. I haven't bought any merch recently, but yeah, a good bit of my clothing is YouTube snowboard YouTuber merch for sure, 100%. Bogus Basin looks pretty fun, and Ski Man, that's why it is very high on my list. So I'm just gonna try and do like a lightning round where I pump through a bunch of these comments so that we can talk a bit more about other things. Thunderbolt and lightning, very very frightening. Me, Galileo. Luke Hayes is putting lyrics out there from a very popular song. I love it. That actually featured quite prominently in one of my favorite movies of all time. What's the big news, Adam? Come on, we need to know. Actually, me too. What is the big news? I need to know. Do I already know? Or is this something that is I haven't got to in the chat yet? I don't know. I need to know about it. Bad Rider says Chuck Perisher is the only resort you actively talk about. Face it, you're a Perisher, bro. I do enjoy Perisher a lot. I don't think it's my favorite though. Like, it's such a hard question. Luke Hayes says, "Don't know how hard you made me laugh." Then Chuck, about how did I make you laugh? Is it because of my clothing choices? Is it? It's because of my pajama pants. Has to be. Bad Ride says some boots I tried on last week may have some currency. What? Some boots tried on last week may have some currency exchanged and may be on my way. Currency. He's bought. Bad Riders has bought some boots. That's the news. That's exciting though. What boots did you get? I need to know. And were they the ones recommended to you by Max at ESS Board Store? Mocha is good. That's my fave. Yeah, I don't mind mocha. I prefer just coffee for the most part, though. Just I'm a bit of a plain Jane when it comes to coffee. I don't need fancy syrups and elixirs and all kinds of stuff like that. Luke Hayes says, sounds like someone pulled the trigger on some new boots. That's looks like that's what's happened. Bad Riders confirms it. Size to a 9 and got a wide boot. Can't wait to try them out. So Bad Riders have been having some like ball of the foot pain problem, and we went to our best, the best snowboarding boot fitters in Australia, and they gave him some advice. So shout out to Max from ESS Board Store. You're probably never going to watch this channel, but I have to say thank you because I've got some minor issues with my boots that I want to iron out too. And I've got to actually do some work in a couple of weeks down at Erina. So I'm going to probably hit ESS while I'm down there. Ski Man says, I know there's too many resorts to choose from. They're all awesome. That I just really enjoy, like, it's very, there hasn't been very many times that I can think of that I've gone snowboarding and I haven't really, really enjoyed doing it. So I think the mountain is only part of the experience. And I don't think it's the most important part. Anyway, that's my thoughts. And I'm not trying to dodge the question. It's just it's really hard. I don't want to commit to one. But yeah, I don't like I said, I don't think Parish is my favorite. I feel like I really do like Bogus. In fact, I really did like some of the resorts in McCall, Idaho as well. But are they my favorite? I don't know. Hard to say. Luke is congratulating Bad Riders on the boots. It is a big decision, I agree. And hope that they really work out. You did go to the best boot fitters in Australia. See, Luke's claiming it as well. Best boot fitters in Australia. DM says Ellstacker wins in a pow day, in my opinion. Bogus is a fun, gentle resort. Yeah, it is quite gentle. There's some gnarly runs there, if you want to find them. But yeah, it is gentle, and that's what I like about it. I think the good thing about Bogus is that it has just so much variety in such a small area. Um, and the more I think about it, the more it raises on my list. It's also very hard to beat in a second. Anyway, DM, welcome to the chat. Yeah, if DM, hopefully DM's still here. I don't know if DM's still here, but I want to get to the bottom of the chat, and then I'm gonna shout out who I think is DM. Actually, I'm not sure, but we'll find out in a minute. There's Palisades. I think I understand Chuck's pain. Palisades, not my favorite. Actually, I think Palisades is a bit too. There's sections of it that are really good, and I went on the deepest powder day that I've almost ever experienced. Probably the deepest powder day I've ever experienced, and definitely in the top two. There was one day at Niseko that I think would have rivaled it. But yeah, the resort itself, though, I think a bit too steep and gnarly for my liking, honestly. The only thing that on a deep powder day, steep gnarliness doesn't matter so much. In fact, you want steep. But when it's firm, oh my god, no way. I don't think I'd want to go to Palisades on a hard and fast day. Bad Riders says Bad Riders is calling himself out. It needs to plan his trips better next time. We need to get Luke go-kart racing. I think Luke would be really fast, actually, because he's really light, like he's really small, and I feel like he'd know how to throw the car around, the cart, for sure. Thanks, Luke. I'm actually super keen to stack some clips of you riding. Yeah. So I'm not sure if it's still on the cards, and I hope Luke is still there listening. I'm going to assume that Luke and Bad Riders are still with us right now, and the other person watching is my computer. But yeah, Bad Riders and I did talk, and I'm trying to really heavily suggest that he should be coming up to New South Wales to get some custom footbeds made at ESS so that we can ride at Perisher together and show him around. I feel like that would be a lot of fun, and that Adam would be stoked to get some clips on his 360 camera of you, for sure. Luke says that he didn't need us there, or that we didn't need him there, and only would have been the only bloke running last every time. Oh, he's talking about the carts. No, I don't think so. I feel like there were a couple of other guys that we were running with that they weren't with us, but they were in the same. They were racing at the same time. You would have definitely got them, and I think that I don't know. Like I said, I feel like you're slow playing this. I reckon you'd be pretty good at carts. Just just from my, I don't know. I've seen you drive a car. I feel like you'd be really good. But at the very least, you'd be there with me. Like you'd be right on my ass, if not just in front of me. So DM says he's got company. Stay as long as you can. Bad Rise, that's what Chuck thought, but he actually did pretty well and wasn't that far off the pace. No, I was only a couple seconds behind, which in racing is a lot, I guess. But yeah, and my lap times improved like every race that we did, and I feel like I'm gonna schedule myself to go back to that karting place. I'm not shouting them out because they didn't let us run GoPros, but I'm gonna go back to that karting place and give them my money at least once a month. I'm gonna practice. So the next time I race, I might be quicker. And I've actually still got all my lap times, like just below here. I can't bring them up now, but so I kept them so that I can use them as a reference. Luke Hayes said Chuck would be an awesome go-karter driver. He teaches people how to drive. Yes, you would think so, but I teach people how to drive safely. That's my thing, is road safety. This not the exact same techniques don't apply to racing. So, and I think because of that, that actually hindered me a little bit. Yeah. Bad riders said that exact comment. Doesn't teach them to drive fast. Yeah. I bet Luke says, I bet he didn't. But I bet you he didn't crash. Actually, no. I think I was one of the only people that didn't spin out. Pardon me. Bad riders had his cart sideways for the majority of the racing. But he was pretty quick. He was the quickest of the three of us. And Bad Riders is copping to it. Yeah. I think everyone kind of spun. I was the only person on the track that didn't spin out, except for this one kid that was really fast. Bad Riders was pushing it very hard, and he says so here. He clipped the walls and spun the cart twice. Yeah, I never did any of that. I was one thing. I feel like I might not have been the fastest, but I feel like I was definitely in terms of like control and putting the car where I wanted it to go. Um, I was probably I was definitely up there with that. I saw Swanee. Swanee was getting wild. He was just like pedal to the metal, like the whole time, and it looked at times it looked like he wasn't in control. I saw him chase. He was gaining on me, like he was behind me, and he gained on me every lap in this one segment. He was like faster, and just every lap he'd get just a little closer and a little closer. But I saw him behind. I'd take a corner, and he'd just be going nuts. The cart's like way. Oh, I can change the size. That's crazy. Kind of cool though. I can make it bigger. You guys can maybe see it better. I probably need to make it wider though. There we go. That's pretty sweet though. Do I make it? There we go. I want this to be higher. Hey, hey. Make it a little lower. You guys are seeing the secret sauce behind the scenes. There we go. Okay. Luke says, I've seen the way you ride your motorbike, Adam. I could only imagine the go-kart would be the same. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's Luke. I would say that is a fair assessment. How are we going? Am I nearly? Okay, I'm getting towards the bottom of the chat. I'm stoked. Well, it doesn't look like I am, but I think I am. Let me get closer. How long are we going for? Oh, nearly an hour and a half. So I'm going to keep going a little longer. I want to at least get. So I did say in my initial. Where is it? In my, I wanted to get. Bring this back up. Let's put this here. We can make it bigger. Yeah, there we go. So I wanted to. As long as there's new comments to answer, and there's still topics to discuss. And we've gone at least an hour. So we've gone at least an hour. But there are still topics to discuss, and I haven't reached the bottom of the chat yet. So we're gonna keep going. So Bad Rice I'll let Chuck answer that. Yeah, he does make go on the cart just like he does. Why can't I see the scroller now? Now I can. There we go. Oh, I've lost it again. There it is. Sweet. I could Bad Writers, I can only imagine the edits on that podcast. Um, yeah, at the moment, the challenge really is just syncing it up, because Da Vinci didn't pick up. There was some of the clips, even though I told it what camera was what, that it didn't. It just didn't recognize as part of it from the audio waveform. So um, I need to manually put them in one at a time and manually sync them. Uh, so there's just a lot to do. And in hindsight, what we should have done was every time we stopped and reset the cameras, we should have stopped and reset the audio on a different a different file or a different track. That would have helped DaVinci sync it up better because it was all just one file. It DaVinci had problems putting many against the one, and it got it wrong a few times. So anyway, when can we expect the podcast to drop? Like I said, when it's edited, probably, and I'm going to be doing it when I'm not at work and not at the gym. So shout out Chuck Fit 27.8. But yeah, it'll be done when it's done. But I'm hoping in the next 2 weeks, if not sooner. So you'll know because I'm gonna make a we'll do a premiere. So I'm gonna schedule a premiere for the whole podcast. So that's basically gonna be sort of like a 2 hour live stream where we get to watch the whole conversation, and then I'm gonna also break it up into kind of like segments, like chapters, based on what topic we're talking about. So you can click on a video that is specifically just us talking about how bad riders got into snowboarding, or we talked a bit about our opinion on snowboard gear and snowboard length and stuff like that. So that will be another video. Bad Rider says, "Holy crap, you got it down to an hour 54." Actually, well, the whole timeline, that was a compressed that you saw. So the whole timeline's probably about 3 hours, actually. Luke's like, how long did you talk for? So I think it was like 3 hours, but the actual time that elapsed, because we were stopping and starting and setting up and all that, it probably took us about 5 hours to film the whole thing. So it was a big day, and it was after we got back from ESS as well. Bad Rise, I agree. In hindsight, we should have had 2 microphones. I don't want to point the finger, but no, just I feel like we would have been able to normalize the audio levels better. And I know this is a bunch of like nerd talk, but anyway, I guess it's my live stream. We can talk what I want, and if people want to hang out and people want to talk about it, then that's great. I said I would answer all of the comments, so that's what I'm doing. Batter, I said too long. Yeah, so it's actually going to be, we will, like I said, release the whole thing, but it's actually going to be also a bunch of different videos that are going to be shorter. Luke Hayes, look out, professional Chuck now. Yeah, you were seeing a bit of behind the scenes earlier where I actually brought the video editor into our screen. There we go. There's me there. In True Bad Riders, the GoPro gear would have a good audio source too. Well, actually, it's funny you say that. Is that I feel like the camera that was the GoPro Hero 11, I think it was, that was pointed at me, but it was closest to you, had better. Your audio was better from that camera than what it was from the actual microphone that we were using. It picked up more background noise though, so I'm probably going to end up using some of that. Yeah. Um, man, Chuck, love your work. Can't wait to see it. I actually haven't really done any work really yet. At the moment, all I've done is synced the first hour of it, or maybe the first 40 minutes, some of which DaVinci already did. And I've separated all of the tracks and made it a multicam timeline so it'll make cutting easier. Anyway, so look at the setup in the studio. They're very professional. Yeah, I think that's the way that we were like in the chairs, and we set up. We had the snowboards around us and all of that. DM says, does anyone convert old 8mm hi-fi tapes? And could you recommend an affordable converter? I have tons of old footage not digitized. We used 2 VCRs and a boombox to make those vids. Wow, that's cool. I'd love to see some of those videos. That's really crazy. To answer your question, I don't know much about that stuff. So I know that you can, and you would need one of the, you'd need some specialized equipment, I'm going to guess, to digitize those old tapes. When I started in videography, then like I was been using digital the whole time. So I haven't really been doing it for that long. I think when I started, it was when the Hero 4 was the latest camera, and I was like making videos using like my phone and actually the DSLR camera. So I've got a Canon M50 Mark 1 that I've been using for many years, and actually it's the camera that's we're using to stream on right now. But as far as digitizing that old analog tape, oh my god, that'd be awesome. But I can't help you with that. Maybe some others in the chat. Bad Writers might know something about it. um, Oh, I missed a comment from Bad Writers. Hey Chuck, love your work. Can't wait to see it. Also keen to see Luke's podcast. And Luke says, I think a lot more people need to have a podcast before me. I don't know about that, Luke. I'd like to have a podcast, do a podcast with you. You're on the list. I probably need to do one with Swanee, actually. I don't know if he'll be the next one though. Swanee's a hard man to like lock down. Bad Eye says, yeah, the issue is accessibility. You're here and willing. That's enough. I think that's a fair point too. I think with Luke is here, willing. I don't know. There's an asterisk next to that. Surely you have local places that you could do that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like I'm sure you'd be able to, even on like eBay or something, you'd be able to buy some sort of equipment that's maybe affordable that does that. I don't know. DM says he'd rather hold on to his tapes, and yeah, if those tapes mean so much to you, then you might be better off doing it yourself. I don't know what's involved in the process and what the chances are of messing up the tapes, but I assume it'd be just like the old school. Surely the way they do it is it'd be like an old VHS sort of player, and you would put the tape. It's like you used to convert to DVD. You'd put the tape in the player, you'd press play on it, and then it would be like a screen recording that happens. Surely that would be it. So you take the output from the camera if you've still got the if you still actually have the 8mm camera, then you could take like the aux output from that, and then you could maybe even do a HDMI converter into your laptop and then screen record that. Like that, you could use that to digitize it, and then it would be much easier to edit and make videos out of that. That's how I would do it, ghetto way, but I'm sure there's more professional ways to do it. Chuck, we are chatting. You need to catch up. Thanks for sharing, though. I was curious. The I am trying to catch up. You guys are. I just realized how far behind I am. Like a long way. There I am, and there's the bottom. All right, I need to go faster. Okay. No cameras comment. Was around one wheel. Yep, correct. We're all still here, Chuck. Thanks, Luke. I'm here, says Bad Rider's great. I did ask that question. Bad Rider's got the Photon size 9. And yes, the King Max stuck with me. So Luke says, are there a new pair of step-on boots? Luke Hayes, very controversial. Adam's always going to buy step-on boots for sure. DM says here, live had dropped for a minute. I think it's still going. Yeah. As far as I can tell, according to my source of the live stream, it's still going. Okay. And Bad Rider says I'm all for the controversy. I'm taking off from the run while everyone's strapping in. Not always. That's all I'm going to say. Not always. A couple times I was strapped in before you were when we went to Bulla. And Swanee, a lot of times Swanee was ready to go before either of us. And he's got traditional straps as well. I'm often slow because I'm mucking around with the camera. Or mucking around with my phone or something. Bad Riders, let's go. Luke Hayes says, lock it in. Oh, Luke Hayes says, I'll race you when we meet. Use my regular binding. Now, that is a video I want to see. Luke, I reckon Luke Hayes has got you. Let's compare the times in a month, Chuck. I'm going to get my regular track and take a GoPro. What? I think we're talking about... Dusty Allen's here. Hey, Dusty, if you're still here, sorry I didn't acknowledge you earlier. It's because I was in podcast land. DM says, straight line tiger run at Bogus after groomed can hit 70 miles per hour. Oh my God. I don't ever want to go that fast on a snowboard. But not on the snowboard that I ride anyway. That's crazy. But I love that you're keen on doing it. That's insane. 70 miles an hour. Tiger run. Which one's that? Tiger. Yeah, I've got to catch up in the chat. Maybe I'll get back to that. Remind me to look up Tiger Run. If you put it in the chat now, I'll get to it. Would have to agree, DM. I got 70 miles down Morningstar. It was down Morningstar is not a long run either. Chuck can try and film us. I'll try, but I'm slow. Like, I'm the first to tell you, I'm the slowest snowboarder that you'll ever see. Still going because I just take my time. You know, I don't need to be the fastest. That's not why I do it. It's not what I like about it. It's going fast. I like turning and turning around things. Making nice turns. That's what it's about for me. Still doing the live stream. Wow, let's go. Yes, I am, Ski Man. There's some potatoes in the chat. I'm actually doing a lightning round right now, trying to get through as many comments as possible. We've got a bunch of potatoes. We've got some coffees in the chat. We got Luke Hayes has got like a taco in there. Ooh, maybe I should have tacos later. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Mad Max. You've just made my decision. That's what lunch is gonna be. We have to keep the chat pumping. Oh, that must have been when I said the criteria here. There's still topics to discuss. There's still comments. I'm trying to catch up to you guys though. So Idaho Peeps, has Bogus shut yet? Actually, we talked about that earlier in the stream, and the last day riding at Bogus was today. And I can see the bottom of the chat right now, and we finally have Ellstacker Adventures in the chat. Hey, Ellstacker, you're actually in my list of topics right now, so you can see it right over here. Where is Ellstacker? Where is Ellstacker? He's here. That's the answer, and we love to see it. And I'm doing a lightning round through the comments right now, and trying to catch up with you guys in the chat. So potatoes. Ski Man says, whack that like button. Thank you. I appreciate all of the likes. It really does help for the playback. It will randomly suggest this video. I think I nearly just booted someone. It will suggest this video to people to watch afterwards. So the more likes, the better that happens. It's good to see you made it, Ellstacker, because I actually can see like the bottom of the chat as well as where I'm up to. That's funny looking potato you have there, Luke. It's a taco, not a potato. Maybe we could get a taco that has potatoes. Do they have that in Idaho? Can someone answer that question, please? Yeah, Adam, this is the fastest I've ever talked. Actually, no, I do it at work sometimes. Luke A says, yeah, Adam, Shadow, and Carlo were here earlier. And they said it was the last day. Yeah, actually, Carlo was driving Shadow down the mountain. That is a car that I'd be interested in being in. DM says, never shuts. If willing to hike, I'd suggest West Mountain Cascade, though. Yeah. If you're willing to hike, you can, like, that's the other good thing about Bogus. The variety, like, literally, there's side country runs that are untouched that you can just hit. And it's not, you don't have to go very far from the lift to get to them, and you hitchhike back on the road back up. It's crazy. We did it a couple times while I was there. We've got a bunch of potatoes and fries. Thank you everyone for dumping this stuff in the chat. They usually close in April. Yep, we're talking about Bogus again. Luke Hayes says, had to throw that one in there for my favorite shop in all of Del Taco for life, he says. Del Taco for life. Now that one makes me that made me laugh. I actually really like that. That's really good. Oh, I can see. Actually, now we can see like sort of the bottom of the chat here. That's kind of cool. So the latest comment will be on display. That's kind of cool. I like that. Bad Rice says, I've heard some stories about Del Taco. It's basically like overpriced Mexican that's okay. I actually prefer, here's a hot take and controversial one maybe, but I actually prefer Taco Bell to Del Taco. And the boys, like Luke's going to be raging that I said that. But no, it's legit. I prefer Del Taco, honestly. DM said, you inspired me to make hash brown tortillas for breakfast. Yeah, for breakfast or next breakfast. Isn't it nighttime over in the States? I think it's nighttime. What are you making breakfast for? I'm still having breakfast. It's nearly lunchtime. It's like 10 a.m. No, it's 11 a.m. over here. And I haven't finished my Dare Ice coffee yet. It's happening. How do I get that in the frame? It needs to go here. There we go. That's good. Ellstacker, we found Ellstacker. Ellstacker says, yo. Bad Rider says, Stacker. We do need the Stacker in here. And Stacker, if you're still here, tell me, when are you going live? Because it did not escape my notice that you did not live stream last week. That sounds lovely. Can you make me one and send it to Australia? I think they're talking about the hash brown tortillas. Ellstacker just got back from Bogus. Yeah, we were talking about you before, and we were saying that imagine that you were just nuking it down the mountain because Shadow was in here and Carlo was driving him down, and I figured that you would have been nuking it past him. You'd have been overtaking them or passing them on the turnouts for sure. Or maybe Carlo is a little ripper Maybe Carlo was just nuking it down Bogus Road. Bad Rider says, dude, there's some rumors floating around that there's a new missus. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Where like Luke was like, hey, I haven't heard from Stacker for like 4 weeks. Maybe he's got a new lady. That makes me laugh. Stoked for a podcast, says Dusty Allen. Yep, we've filmed it, we recorded it, and if you go like scroll back in the stream, then you'll see that I actually brought the editor in, and you saw like me trying to sync up all the different clips of the different angles and stuff. Might get cold, but okay, lol. DM, I don't know what that refers to because I'm so far behind and out of context. But you guys, oh my god, I think I'm catching every time I think that I'm caught up. Oh, I've lost it. Where was I up to? It was further down. Yeah, past that. There we go. Every time I think that I've caught up, you guys are making more comments. That's ridiculous. I need to go faster again. So Justin Visey is in the chat. G'day, Justin. It's good to have you here. I hope you're doing well. And I hear that you're getting married soon. That's so good. I hope that all the plans for the big day are coming together really well. Luke A says, yo, someone got off the nest. Oh my God. Ellstacker says, no fair. Stop being such a nerd. I think he's referring to the high-tech situation I've got going on in the live stream right now. Justin Visey, Ellstacker, hope the last day of Bogus was fire. Actually, yeah, can you guys need to tell us what was the last day of Bogus like? Because I didn't hear much from Shadow or Carlo earlier. Ellstacker, hope Justin's in the house, says Luke Hayes. And Ellstacker, this could be a 2-hour live stream. If you guys keep commenting, I've got the criteria right here. We're aiming for an hour live stream. We've already done that. The topics below still need to be discussed. So so far we've already covered winter is coming. We've already covered opening day plans. We've already covered podcast production. We have now covered where is Ellstacker. He's right here in the chat. And there's one more. There's what kind of videos should I make next? And I'm going to pose that to the chat right now. And then we will have done all the topics. And all I need to do is get to the bottom of this chat if you guys ever let me. But I want to read every comment. Every single comment. This could be a really long stream. We'll see who's got the stamina. But it's good to see Justin in the chat for sure. Put a gate on the audio track and that will help kill the background noise. Yes, that's what I'm going to do for the segments of the chat of that audio that I use from that camera. Justin's here too? Yes, Justin is here too. And DM, love the tailgating and barbecue Bogus last few days. You know what? I didn't ever get to experience that, and I really want to. I'm going to have to stay for longer next time I go. Is Ellstacker ready for me to come and crash the camper next winter? That's what we need to know. Justin says DWCP represent. It's good to have a bunch of DWCP in here and having a chat about just life in general. And this is my Ask Me Anything. So we were talking about Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 earlier. And I've already seen it, and I gave my non-spoiler review. So if you're interested in that after this, you can scroll back to that. But yeah, ask me anything. That's what this is for. Justin couldn't ask for a better day at Bogus, says Ellstacker. That's great. Awesome. Where did you guys ride? What did you get up to? Let me guess, you just lapped the Deer Point chair over and over and over and over again. Dude, got to make it to Bogus. Looks like fun. Justin, I can confirm it is fun. I've spoken about Bogus a bunch already in this live stream. Good variety, great place to be. Luke Hayes, thanks DM, yum. Must be sending him a taco or something. Ellstacker Adventures, we need you to come. It says that we need you to come to Bogus. yeah, Justin, you should really visit. Ellstacker will show you around, um, and show you to the two chairs that he knows. Then you'll have to come when I go, and I can actually give you a proper tour of the mountain. I'm throwing a bit of shade at Ellstacker right now because Ellstacker's got like certain runs that he likes, and he sort of know at this point. I actually legitimately think I know my way around Bogus better than Ellstacker does. I'm making that claim right now. um, so DM, so Ty Chuck. I think he means like tar, Chuck. I figured I'd ask. Just didn't want you to invest in a Wolverine for some old clips. Oh yeah. So I don't even know I know Wolverine is the Marvel character, but I assume that's the device you need to digitize those old 8mm tapes that you have. But yeah, like I said, I would just use the ghetto way. Just if you've still got the 8mm camera, get your auxiliary out, convert that to HDMI with an adapter, plug it into your laptop and screen record it. That's what I'd do. Um, Let me know. Just Advise, he says, let me know when DWCP, Palisades, and Bogus take over. So, Justin, both Swanee and I, this is huge. I think I did talk about it in the last live stream, but both Swanee and I have both bought an icon pass, like the full icon pass. We've dropped a ridiculous amount of money, so we both have icon and epic, and it's a stupid amount of money to spend on lift tickets, but that means that we're going to want to get days on the icon pass. So we might just have to make a trip to Palisades. If they have a season like they did this last season, then yeah, it could be on the cards. DM says it's like scanning a photo. Equipment is the issue. I just buy an old Sony Hi8 and that should work. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with that kind of equipment, honestly. Um, Ellstacker says he's tired from riding. He's been getting after it, I'm sure. It's the last snowboarding he gets for like, oh, I suppose you're going to do summer camp probably. The issue doing it those ways as bad riders would be signal degradation. There's already a weak signal from the analog storage. Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, it's definitely not the most high quality way to do it. That's talking about the old 8mm tapes that DM has of his snowboarding from ages ago. Luke Hayes says you better get your legs together because you'll be back in Australia in a couple of months. I hope so. I really want Ellstacker to come for another trip to Australia. So, but I don't know if he's going to be able to afford it. But we're ready to receive you. If you can afford the plane ticket, then you know you've already got somewhere to stay, and you've already got the Epic Pass, so we can do a bunch of days of Perisher for sure. DM says I agree. Don't expect 4K from old tapes. Yeah, there's no way. If you can get like equivalent to 1080, you'd be stoked. Honestly, you can always like punch it out, and the quality isn't going to be great, but you're still going to have that footage. And if it's digitized, then you have it forever. Tapes can degrade over time. So I'd be saying that you kind of, I'd be getting it digitized sooner rather than later. And we'd love to see the footage. Luke Hayes says you need to get your legs. Oh, we already read that one. Okay, Bad Riders. Yeah, Ellstacker return to Oz and perhaps a pond skim to celebrate. Oh, don't talk about the pond skim. That's going to be a sore topic for Ellstacker. Potatoes for Ellstacker. Yeah, let's put some potatoes in there. Oh my god, I thought I was getting close, but I'm not. Ellstacker. I finally got to Ellstacker where he made it in the chat. Dude, we need Chuck in the Carlo car. Dude, I'd love to see Carlo drive. He would hate me being there because I would be criticizing his driving. That's my job. Car chats with Carlo and Shadow. Oh my god. I'd love to be in there with a GoPro. That'd be an interesting conversation to be like a fly on the wall for. Um, Feature the Idahoan Ellstacker adventures. Carlo smashing around in the Mercedes Benz. Is that what he drives? Is it a Benz? Del Taco Bell or Del Taco chat. Um, I've already given my opinion on that. I'm Taco Bell. I'm Team Taco Bell. Ellstacker's ready for a nap, he says. Del Taco's saving grace is the abundance of cheese. Cafe Rio for flavor. Yeah, they do cheese things up a lot, but I feel like you get a lot more food for less, and it's similar, almost the same at a Taco Bell. Um, unless you're in Australia. Actually, Taco Bell, I actually had Australian Taco Bell not so like recently since I've been back from the States, and actually I changed my mind. They do have not exactly the same, but a very similar menu. It is a little bit more expensive here, but still not the most expensive Mexican takeout option. Elstack, good question. I need to go live, maybe tomorrow. What's this maybe nonsense? We need you live tomorrow. You missed last week. You've got to give us 2 live streams or a 2-hour live stream. Something like that. Where are we at? Well, there's still 6 people watching. That's cool. And we've just gone over the 2-hour mark. 2-hour stream. Let's go. And I can't end it yet because I'm not at the bottom of the chat. I promised in the description that, where does it say? Right here. I will keep streaming while there are new comments to answer. So I've kind of stitched myself up, but we're going to keep going. And I need to go faster, don't I? This speed round is the longest speed round ever. I need to up it a gear. Bad Rise says you missed the double espresso dare stacker. You got to get back here for a fix. I bet he does too. Actually, these are like so much better than their equivalent in the United States. I'm sorry, but those Starbucks frappe things, it's like watered down coffee. This is real. I won't call it real iced coffee, but it's a decent iced coffee, and I need more of it to keep this lightning round going. Ellstacker says Carlo sends it. I bet he does. I may or may not have a new lady, says Ellstacker. May or may not. Yep, that's why nobody's heard from him in weeks and why he doesn't live stream anymore. Ellstacker, I do miss the coffee. It's so delicious. We were just talking about that. I'd send you some if it didn't take 3 weeks to get there. And it would be pretty gnarly and gross, like by the time it did get there. A DM's laughing at my accent, I think. Chuck's saying stacker. Akadaka. Oh yeah, AC/DC. Because Thunderstruck. I don't mind a bit of AC/DC. Akadaka. Acker, as you guys would say. Acker. I'm drinking some coffee some icer coffee. Her and I went Oh, you found a snowboarding lady. That's exciting. You've always wanted a lady that can snowboard with you. Is she better than you? Tell me she's better at snowboarding than you are. That's what we need right there. Not that it matters. You guys can be the same. You can be teaching her how to snowboard, and all of that would be awesome. But I'd love it if she's a big sender lady. I'd be stoked. Luke says, yeah, Elliot, I think I just need to come back and have a few dares. You can go home after that. Yeah, that's it. You just come over here, just have a few dare iced coffees and get back on the plane and go back. Ellstacker says stacker. It's stacker, not stacker. Yo, Stackers, snagger, a shredder. Snagged a shredder. I hope so. So hot and slushy and slow today. Are you talking about your lady like that? That's you can't say stuff like that about your new lady. She's not going to be your lady anymore. Stacker laughs. Need that Luke Hayes special fresh wax job. Luke Hayes is the most meticulous at tuning a snowboard of anyone that I know. The most meticulous wax job you'll ever see. Yeah, Luke says Ellstacker got himself a snowboard chick. We're all stoked at that. That's really cool. Stacker says he's ready for more one wheel vids. Oh, so we're now we've caught up because there's a bit of a delay from when I say it to when you guys hear it. We're still running. That's good. Go down a little bit. Actually, we can just go here. That's fine. Just part of your guys' comments can still be seen. Yeah, ready for more one wheel vids. I'm ready to film some more actually. So I'll have to, because the next couple of weeks there's no snowboarding for the season opening is in 4 weeks time. So that could be done. Yeah, one wheel vids. Righto. I think I might have even filmed a couple already. I don't know. Wax temp makes a difference. It really does, actually. I should have used red wax. The red wax, I think, is harder and is better for slushy conditions, if I'm correct, maybe. Especially like in this time of year over there. DM says, fun those last days were epic. DM, we got to meet. Have we already met? I think we did meet. Did we meet when I was over there? I can't remember. I'm so sorry. Chuck, who is your favorite comic book character? That's a really good question. Spider-Man. It's got to be, yeah. Spider-Man. It's the one that I probably the character I grew up with most, the one that I kind of relate to the most. And, Spider-Man's cool. I know it's probably an answer that most people would give, and some might say it's a cop-out, but yeah, Spider-Man I really like. Which comic character would I like to be? Different question, not Spider-Man. Adam says Luke Hayes. Ellstacker has an awesome wax technique. He's good, but no need for me. Ellstacker's waxing technique. Let's just say it gets her done. You gotta get her done. It gets it done. He gets the job done. That's what I'm gonna say. They closed the other chair. Oh, they closed the other chairs. So only Deer Point's open. Okay, fair enough. Bad Eye says, yeah, but does he get the Kangaroo Luke speed boost? Kangaroo Luke, I don't know where he gets that speed from. I think he's just fearless. Or he ignores his fear response. Bad Riders says, I need a Chuck Vanter of Bogus. I would love to give you one. You need to get to Bogus when the snow is there, and I will show you around. Iker, says DM. That's funny. This is something that that Ellstacker and Tundra Tim were doing while I was visiting, was they were just putting random R's on the end of things because they were making fun of me being an Australian and putting an A on the end of everything, Ellstacker instead of Ellstacker, and it was funny. They were just putting R's on the end of things that shouldn't have had them. It makes me laugh. Come on, track. Scroll down. Thank you. I need to give Bad Rise like I need to give Ellstacker the BR tour of Bulla. Oh, the Bad Riders tour of Bulla. Yeah. How long will that take? 5 minutes? Go down Wombat. Go down, what's the other one that you like? The Shaky Knees. Tour over. That's all there is at Bulla. He's going to be pissed that I said that. Need a way bigger camper. Yeah, I'm going to be sleeping in the camper for sure. You slept in it the last time. I'll take the cold. Just give me the buddy heater and I'll be sweet. Bad Riders. Yeah, if we hired a camper bus, then that's actually something that we did talk about, me and Jose. to like rent an RV and tour around. That'd be so much fun. Luke's talking to Justin. You'll have to come for the second and Stacker birthday boat. Yeah, we all need to get to Bogus Basin for the Ellstacker birthday takeover, Volume 2. Volume 2. Or is it Volume 3? No, Volume 2. That was the first inaugural one that we had like this last year. February. Is it February 7th? 7th of February. Bogus Basin takeover. If I got Ellstacker's birthday right. Justin has to come to Bogus for Elliot's birthday. Yep. B-Day Bash, says Ellstacker. Let's do it, says Chuck. Bad Riders. I think it's fair to say we all have to get to the Bogus Bash. Yeah. Buy a real bus and modify it, question mark. The question mark on that one is money. That's a really expensive thing to do. And we need people that have already the know-how of how to do that. I'm not really good with my hands. In fact, like I bought a Toyota van with the purposes of converting it, with the intent of converting it. But I've actually made the decision recently that, and sorry to those who don't already know, I'm planning on selling my van because I don't have the money to put into converting it, and I'm probably not going to use it anymore because my focus is less sleeping in my van and snowboarding here as it is saving for trips overseas in the off season. So that's what's happening with that. You guys are so wild. I think Ellstacker is like talking about talk about his lady. Bad Rise, yeah, like an old school bus, convert to a four-wheel drive and throw a diesel in it, and a turbo. Bad Riders wants to put a turbo in everything. He'll put a turbo on his snowboard one day, I'm sure. Getting to first shape, and Chuck's not at the bottom yet. I'm still not. Like, I'm getting closer though. I feel like I'm closer than I've ever been to the bottom. We're getting there. Heavy claims from this guy. So I think that's him talking about when I said that I would give a more comprehensive tour and know my way around Bogus better than Ellstacker does. I feel like I can take us back to the Juzz area, the Juzz runs, like Cuzzy Juzzy. I think on that day that we did Bogus with Ellstacker's cousin, that we explored areas of Bogus that people just don't go. And that we probably, for all intents and purposes, shouldn't have gone. DM says, lol. Chuck, no, I love my coffee. Need to get some Dare coffee. I know he does love those frappes though, but they're not as good as Dare. Bad Rice says he walks past Starbucks every day when I walk to work. It's always empty. Yeah, Starbucks isn't really much of a thing in Australia, and I feel like it's more prevalent in Melbourne. There may be a few of them in Sydney, but up here in Newcastle, like there are no Starbucks. Starbucks is not a thing. So Chuck's going crazy, says Ellstacker. I've had too much Dare Ice coffee. That's the problem. Bad Right says, I agree. I got a chocolate shop that does milk chocolate mochas. Now that, oh yeah, I've had that before. Actually, there's a Oliver Brown do that. They do like real chocolate, and they texture it up in the foam coffee. I don't know what this is, but like they have the steam wand in there. This new lady, anyone that we've met, Elliot? That's a good question, actually. I'm gonna guess no, that it's a new lady. That none of us have met before. Bad Riders, says, hey, Aussies in the chat, have we waxed the boards yet for opening day? My board that I'll probably ride opening day still has a factory wax on it, if that means anything to anyone. Luke Hayes says, I haven't touched my board since I came from the US. The edges are rusty and no wax. Luke, you're slipping, dude. You're like the most waxed person that I know. Um, usually, usually speaking. Fudge that Batman. It's just Ellstacker with the random Batman quotes. Is Stacker going to go to the movies to see the Flash movie when it comes out? Because that has that has Michael Keaton's Batman in it. Have you seen the trailer? In it, he actually goes, "Yeah, I'm Batman." Made me laugh. Give me the nostalgia all day. I grew up on Michael Keaton Batman, and I feel like that movie is going to knock it out of the park. It's going to be the best DC movie that they've put out. uh, I don't know, in a very long time. I'm going to guess. Some people love the Zack Snyder uh, the Justice League, and all that stuff. Um, I need to go back and rewatch those movies to form a opinion. I think the last one I actually watched was like the Batman versus Superman one, and that was I know a lot of people were not stoked on that movie. Anyway, Dusty Allen says, "Yo, Chuck, kind of random. That's my favorite kind of question. If the When I was in Australia, we celebrated Anzac Day. Safe to say the whole day was drinking from sun up to sundown, starting with a shotgun breakfast. Um, I don't know if that's a question, but I would agree. Most of for a lot of Australians, it is. This last Anzac Day, so it only just happened like last week, and usually for us it involves some drinking, yes, and usually a lot of people because the Anzac Day, for those who don't know, Anzac stands for Australia and New Zealand Army Corps, and it's a day where we commemorate the the Anzacs, the people who fought for Australia in the wars, and in particular, the Australian New Zealand Army fought together on the shores of Gallipoli in Turkey, and that was a huge battle for us, and a lot of Australians died in that battle, which was basically just it was just a slaughter, really. A lot of our soldiers were sent in just to storm an impossible beach, and so many people passed as a result, and most of them were conscripted soldiers. Um, so yeah, it was a pretty rough experience, but they have dawn services where people meet at 4 a.m. in the morning and congregate, and they commemorate the people who passed. It's a pretty heavy subject matter, like a really serious day. But just like Australians do with many things, is it sort of has become that, but also, part of Australian culture. Drinking alcohol is a big part of Australian culture, whether you like that or not, or agree with it or not. So a lot of people do go to the pub afterwards, and the Anzacs, they used to play this game called Two Up, and it's a gambling game, and it's like a 50-50 odds game involving coin flips, and people are doing side bets on coin flips, and actually gambling like that in Australia is illegal most of the time. So we have other things like, in fact, for the most part, gambling in Australia is a lot more legal than in a lot of other countries. So you can gamble on anything, anywhere, and there's poker machines all around. But you don't just have to go to a casino to play a poker machine in Australia. And you can bet on sporting events. You can bet on anything online. You can bet on the outcome of MasterChef. But this exact form of gambling is illegal, except for this one day of the year, and that's Anzac Day. So me and the boys often will go to the local pub and play Two Up, and sometimes we win big. This year we did not win big. But anyway, that's what we did on Anzac Day. I don't know if that answers your question, but you guys got a story anyway. So, and I can see the chat as people putting comments in there, so I need to keep moving through it. Bad Riders is talking about Mount Buller, Burnt Heart Family, Wombat Standard, finish at Shaky Knees. That's his tour right there. Dusty Allen says, I don't know if you're a drinker or used to. Maybe some funny Anzac stories, Aussie. So I literally just probably answered that question too. Celebrate that. We do celebrate that holiday hard. We really do. I don't think this year I went too crazy, but definitely did drink and definitely drink a lot. Um, so I I'm not as big a drinker these days as what I used to be. Bad Riders thinks I'm well known for doing my up late and saucy live streams, and usually it's become an event almost on New Year's Eve here in Australia that um me and Swanee sit in front of the camera drinking and do a live stream. So I think we'll do that again this year. But the if you want to ring in the New Year in Australia, which happens about 18 hours before it does in America, um, depending on what part of America you're in, what time zone and whatnot. But because we're closer to the international dateline, like it happens here first, so you guys can see us ring in the New Year, and that's usually a pretty good time. So I recommend you guys get to that. And oh my god, I have lost the chat again. But yeah, that's probably the short answer. I'm not as big a drinker as I used to because I've had some health problems recently. I'm trying to cut that out a little bit. And because I'm nearly 40, like it really hangovers suck so bad. So I try to avoid that. Dusty Allen, you have to go to an RSL on Anzac Day, rum and milk at 5 a.m. to start the day. Oh my gosh. No, I drink beer, not rum. Just no brains in my head and stupid said, look, I don't know. That's probably out of context. Ellstacker says happy birthday. DM says potato cake. Potato cake. Yes. Yes. That's what they call them in where Adam lives. Up here we call them potato scallops in New South Wales. It's a pretty controversial issue though. Ellstacker. Then what will your name be without a van? Yeah, I know. Well, actually, it's a bit of a play on words. It's because my Chuck Van is not just because I have a van. That is part of my actual name too. So I think the van can stay even if I don't have a van. But what would I call it instead? Chuck Channel? The Chuck Channel. I actually kind of like that. You guys tell me, what do you guys think? If I dropped the Chuck Van name, what would I call it instead? Just Chuck? Bad Ride says I've seen the Juzzy clips. It's some pretty empty terrain. I don't think you've seen. I did show you some clips, but it wasn't from that day. I don't think I even had the camera that day, honestly. Lucas says Chuck Van, no van, Chuck no van, Chuck no van Les. Luke loves matcha. We've actually spoke about that already on the stream. Luke's a huge fan. He loves that matcha flavor, especially from Dutch Bros. That's not very nice, Elliot. So actually, it's a kind of funny story, which I think we've told before. But Luke thought we were at Dutch Bros in the drive-through, and Luke thought that he had ordered a mocha, but the lady who served us misunderstood, and he got a matcha instead. And he goes, "What's this green shit?" He was not stoked on it. Not stoked at all. Bad Rise says a new Flash movie has many Batmen. Yes, I believe there's at least 3 Batmen. The rumors have it. So we're definitely getting Michael Keaton Batman. I think he features prominently in the film. We're definitely getting the Ben Affleck Batman, and there's rumors that we're getting at least one more. And the rumor I hear, well, I don't know if this is not confirmed, but I hear that George Clooney's making an appearance, like towards the end of the movie. I could be wrong about that. Lucas, you could be proud. You could be proud of me. Earlier, I haven't had any bad smoke. Ooh, for at least for a week. First time in 5 years. Good on you, Luke. That's awesome. If that's what you want, then hail to you. I'm not a big bad smoke man, as you know. I'm not even a good. I'm not even a smoke man. Not anymore. Used to smoke cigarettes. now smoke air. Air is my poison now. Just clean mountain air is my favorite. Yo, Ellstacker, welcome to the stream. Says Ski Man. And yes, we're still going after 2 hours. Ooh, that's not right. That's not right. I don't know if that's. Oh, no, I've got to go here. I've got to go up. And we're still going after how long? 2 hours? It used to tell me how long. Oh, no, there we go. 2 hours and 25 minutes. And we haven't reached the bottom of the chat. There's 8 people viewing. I'm going to take this moment just to stop and say thank you very much for joining me. I'm not ending it yet because I haven't got to the bottom of the chat, but it tells me that like 8 people are watching. And that just seems crazy to me that you guys are cool with hanging out and just me just having this discourse. It really, really means a lot to me. And I really enjoy doing it. So thank you very much for all of you who are here live. And if you've made it to this point in the playback and you're watching this after the fact, then oh my gosh, thank you so much. It really, really is humbling. So we're back. All right. So where are we at? I've lost my point in the chat. No. Yeah. Luke, I think this is where we're. Oh yeah, Luke. Chuck B and Les. Luke loves matcha. We talked about the matcha stuff. And Luke's like, I want mocha, not matcha. You're still live. Wow. Yeah, 2 hours, 25 minutes. Oh, we talked about this one. We talked about that one. Yeah, Chuck's not reached. Hasn't reached yet. Welcome to the stream. Bad Rider's like, I'm just waiting for Chuck to just pull the pin and call it. I've still got a little bit of like iced coffee left. So no, we're gonna keep going for. I'm not calling it yet. Congrats, Luke. That's super awesome. So, and he said I think he's talking to Elliot. First time in 3 years. Yep, we talked about that. Hey, Ski Man. Ellstacker is saying hi to Ski Man. Bad Rise encouraging Luke. Keep it up. Luke Hayes says, thank you, Adam. Much appreciated. Yeah, Luke, we're all behind you, man. If you wanna quit that, just make sure you've still got connects so that we can give some to Kaz. When she's stoked on having us stay with her. Yeah. DM quit at Thanksgiving. Not Bad Rise. Jeez, my eyes are going nuts. So Ellstacker is like, oh my god, that's wild. Luke says that means you can throw the stuff out of the top cupboard. That's so good. Thank you so much for looking out for me when we were over there. That's awesome. DM's like, or I could make cookies. I've never tried the edible ones. I feel like I would try it, but I've heard that they really get you. So there you go. Bad Riders with the Anzac Day parallel says that it's the equivalent of Remembrance Day in the US. All right, that's good. I didn't know that. Oh, the chat just jumped. That's the benefit of this setup. So I can sort of like highlight things. Let's make this go up a little. We don't need to see that. So still smoking cigarettes, but not the other stuff, says Luke. Other ciggies next to go, Luke, asks Bad Riders. Other way around for me, to each their own. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't smoke. I smoke cigarettes for like a big chunk of my life, and quitting that was probably one of the best things I ever did actually for my health. But yeah, just the green stuff just never really did it for me, honestly. Uh, so Dusty Allen, Bad Riders. I was a Marine stationed in Darwin at the time. They gave us coffee and Bundaberg rum. Yeah, that sounds about right. How much, Dusty? How much time did you spend in Australia? Seems you know a fair bit of. I mean, I suppose if you were here, but you know a fair bit about our culture, by the looks. Um, Ski Man says I don't recommend gambling. Neither do I. I'm actually not much of a gambler either, even though it's like you can really get into trouble because there's a lot of gambling in Australia that you can do. Like my understanding is in the US, you sort of like it's very restricted. You kind of need to like go to Vegas or like a reservation or something like that. Um, but here you can gamble like everywhere, and it's pretty rough, and a lot of people get themselves in a lot of trouble. I gamble like twice a year. That's it. So Anzac Day is one of those days. I play two up, and I usually do like one blackjack session a year, but that's it. That's all I do. Nothing else. Um, Luke says, "Yeah, mate, I'm getting too old and unhealthy. Just means you can save money." Yeah, that the like the money is one thing. Like cigarettes are so expensive here. But definitely the health benefits are great. Um, when was this? Probably made it easier for you guys. Um, I don't know what Bad Rise is talking about. Made what easier or safer? Um, Bad Rise says, "Don't let him fool you, Chuck. Chuck is always up for a pint and a chat." That's what I was talking about. I don't drink that much. Yeah, I am up for a pint and a chat. It's the definitely for sure. I'm just not up for 10 pints. You know what I mean? Bad riders for sure. Just did it from sun up till sundown. D needed to stop. Yeah. Luke. I don't want to speak out of school. Luke can tell you about his habits. Um, but yeah, Luke did a lot of smoking while we were in the States. Um, so gotcha, no judgment, meant to encourage. And we're all encouraged. That's the whole idea here. Is I don't think anyone's taking anything the wrong way. We're all a community here, and I like a lot of you guys. I've never actually like met you in person, and I feel like it's a community, and we all sort of care about each other, even though I haven't met you guys like in person. I really want to, and I feel like we all have like similar traits, and we're positive people, and I am trying to put out a positive message, and that's why I do this. Like I've got a pretty busy life. I don't need to be spending my time on my day off, here, talking to a screen, but I do it because I enjoy it and I like being part of this community. I think that it's putting positive vibes out into the universe, as it were. So that's one of the things. That's the way I look at it anyway. You guys can disagree. Chuck Jimny, yeah, I like it. I love my Jimny. I'm keeping that for sure. I think it should be called Chuck Snowboards. Oh yeah, I like that. This is the names. No, bad intentions. Oh yeah, that's Luke saying yeah, it's all good. And of course not. Dusty says Bad Riders in 2015. I don't know about safe, but was mandatory. We showed up to the bar on the base after shotgun breakfast and ceremonies. I don't know. Yeah, it is mandatory. It has to be. Dusty says Chuck, same. I have had to cut back on the drinking too. Hasn't agreed with me. So it's not that the drinking doesn't agree with me, but I've had other health issues that the drinking doesn't help. Mostly, honestly, the biggest reason is I'm overweight, and alcohol does not help you lose weight. That's the biggest thing for me. And I just want to be more productive. Like I've got a pretty busy schedule, and being productive is really important for me. I can't be having days where I'm just on the couch hungover anymore. It's time is money, you know. Um, over here where I'm at Sunset right now. Ski Man, where are you at? Must be. I think you're actually. Oh, you're near Mammoth, so I'm gonna guess California. I'll probably asked you that before. The iced coffee. Yeah, we love the iced coffee. Hmm. Dusty and Bad Riders are reminiscing about their army times. Chuck has so much going on, going on his window right now. Um, yeah, are you talking about like oh yeah, I'm moving the windows around. This is the longest live stream Chuck has ever done. Where are we at? We're at 2 hours and 35 minutes. I actually don't think it is. I think we've done one. I know we've never done one that's 3 hours. Actually, I do need to mess around with the window a little bit because we can't see. You can see a little bit of that chat. But before we could see, oh, it's because I made it wider. That's why. There we go. There's the bottom of the chat. All right, there we go. So I've got to stop messing with that and start reading some comments. So I'll need to see where I'm at too. But yeah, no, I don't think it's the longest live stream yet. It's probably coming up on it though. Never done one that's 3 hours. And I feel like this could very easily go for that long. I can see the bottom of the chat now too. All right, that's good. I'll have a look over at that every now and then. So, so Bad Rider says that he's lucky. He's never really smoked. And really cut back on the drinking. Rare social drinker. I actually can confirm that. And Bad Riders did actually. My light is actually running out of battery. That's funny. I can confirm Bad Riders did have a beer with me and Swanee. A beer, maybe 2 beers. All right. So easily, Chuck's usually very busy and bails around an hour 20. I've got stuff to do today, but it's mostly the podcast related stuff. So, yeah. Luke Hayes, I think it might be. Yeah, talking about how long this is. Swanee's around. He's here. I don't know what he's doing or what he's up to. He might be just chilling. Or he might have gone out. I'm not sure. Dusty on 6 months, bud. Spent all of that in Darwin, pretty much training with the Aussies towards like Mount Bundy. Okay. Darwin. I've actually never been to Darwin, but I hear that it's not a bad place. I hear also that geez, it's really hot there. Too hot for my liking, anyway. Oh, is that? Am I at the bottom of the chat? No. Oh, I've nearly made it to the bottom. That's crazy. So, have we still got people watching? We do. Okay, cool. So yeah, where I can slow down a bit now. So where is Swanee? Don't know. Yeah, I think that Darwin's. It's. I don't know if I really want to visit, but it's not a bad place to be stationed. Just too hot. Bad Rider says he's still walking around in his snowboard kit. Who is? Me? Oh, is Swanee. Is Swanee still walking around his snowboard kit? I don't think so, no. He might have slept in it, though. You never know. Ski Man says, I'm in Southern California. There's one more ski resort near me, says Ski Lifts, or Ski Man, Ski Lifts, that is open. That's Mount Baldy, staying open until May 21. Yeah. So you're in SoCal. So are you like close to Big Bear? Probably. Luke Hayes says, no one on here could offend me. I know you're all good people. Thank you so much. You're a good person too, Luke. I'm stoked to have you here. and it's a really good vibe, and that's being embarrassed. I think I was just being told I had some connection issues, so I'm just gonna double check where we're at. Can you guys just to double check? Can someone tell me in the comments that I'm still live? Because OBS just told me that maybe I'm not. Although I can see it looks like I'm live. Yeah, I think so. I think it's working. All right, thanks, Adam. Just needed to make sure. Oh, there was a hiccup. Yeah, my computer said that OBS just shat the gear for a second, and that's the software that's making the overlays happen, like the chat being up on the screen and stuff. But Luke's happy for me to tell any story. Okay, that's good. um, so Mount Bundy can be great depending on the time of year. So is Mount Bundy in the Northern Territory? I thought we were talking about a ski resort. There's definitely no ski resorts up there. It can get hot there though. Yeah, oh yeah, too hot. DM, you too, Luke. Nice to see channels without trolls. Yeah, it really is. It really, really is. So everyone in this community is really nice. And we don't have like anyone and it's pretty small, but I'm cool with that. I'm not here for views or subscribers, even though it does stoke me out to see that number slowly rising. But yeah, you can see on the screen actually 189. That's very close to 200. And we'll get there eventually. So I'm sure I need to put more videos out more consistently for the YouTube part of it to grow. But I started this channel mostly just to share my poorly made holiday movies of me snowboarding. So some place for me to look back on them and stuff, some place to store them all and to easily pull them up. Um, and it never ends my wonder that people latched onto that, and people sometimes will watch the videos and that people want to spend 2.5 hours um, looking at me talk to a camera and answer comments. It's really surreal, actually. Um, so Dusty says, not too bad of a place. It's either hot or dry. He's talking about Darwin. And wet. Yeah, it's a very wet place. Lots of mosquitoes and crocs. And all the things. Trap's moving. And all of the things people are scared of in Australia. But he said he had a good time. Yeah, it does actually epitomize, like, that's like the stereotypical view of Australia, is that everything here can kill you and it's really dangerous, and and there is a bit of that, but it's also a beautiful place. There's a reason why I like this country so much. So it has its problems, like everywhere, but it's fun. Bad Ride says here we need to get Chuck over 200 subs for the Up Late and Saucy sub stream. Yeah, Bad Riders is the one that's really petitioning for the Up Late and Saucy streams. So I do the New Year's one. I used to do more Up Late and Saucy streams, but that was in a time where I was not keeping the best sleep schedule. Nowadays, I sleep a lot better and at more reasonable times, and I've got a more regular schedule. I used to just do weird shifts all over the place, and um, so now I kind of try and have 2 solid days off a week and try to sleep at least 7 hours, which is tough to do because, like, to have a Up Late and Saucy stream here. So if there's anyone, a lot of my viewers a lot of you guys are in the US. Some of you guys are in Australia, but for the US, it's for me to be up late here. It's like early morning for you. So it's a bit weird. Like, you wake up to a stream and see me on the drink. It's kind of a bit strange, but also for me to do that and have people tune in, like, I need to, like, if for it to not be the middle of the night for the United States, it needs to be like 2 a.m. my local time, which is really late. It's too late. Anyway, that's the story behind that. Yeah, I got he skis at Big Bear. This is Ski Man Ski Lifts. Nice place. Although you guys can see which comment I'm reading, which is really nice actually. You drive up to the mountain, it's still like 50 minutes to Big Bear. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got you. At least you had tools to deal with wildlife. I think they're talking to Dusty and see you discharging those live rounds. Okay. Chuck has had some bots through the mod squad. Quick to pick them up. You're talking. That's a bit of self promotion there. Leave them subbed and just hide them from the chat. Yeah, pretty much. Big Bear Cliffs though. Big Bear has some nice cliffs. Says DM. In fact, I'm gonna where the chat is continuing to pump, but I'm going to I want to bring up. Let's see if I can find it actually. I'm gonna have to go to YouTube. I wonder if actually. So what I'll do. I need to bring this screen over here. Need to make it like this. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to work this out. Bring. Oh yeah. Okay, that'll sort of work. And then I'm gonna make this. Gonna bring this like that. All right. We'll go like that. All right. Now I gotta take me. Where am I? Oh, sugar. Get me to be up here. Okay. This is so wild that I can do all of this. All right, so you can see actually the stuff that there's a Guardians of the Galaxy spoiler talk right there. But I'm going to take us to my channel and we'll go to live. I'm pretty sure this is gonna. So here's the live stream with Bad Riders. I'm not gonna play it exactly. So there's the man himself. Adam is there, and actually down here, and it was DM. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna just make this a bit bigger. So thanks DM for the question. I was talking about this earlier, and actually I'm gonna just live in motion SLB. Look at those boards behind the legends. So what should I reply to SLB? I'm gonna go to the bottom of the chat actually, so I can see what you guys are saying. So Bad Riders wants to know, can we use this setup to watch clips with me? Yes, I think so, but I'm not sure if I can make the sound come through or not. I have to experiment with that a little bit more. But in any case, what should I reply to? What should I reply to Yannick? Yannick was in the chat before. Thanks, man. We have some fresh ones in the quiver to get through. Most of these I have not even ridden yet. There we go. We're liking DMs. And Luke says, watch Kevin's live stream from Mammoth last year, and it looks like the place to be. Looks like a big party. Yeah, I think so too. DM, who's still in the comments. So this is the reason why I wanted to bring this up, is that I can see DM made a comment on the last live stream, which we never answered properly. But he said, "I'm wondering which boards you felt most comfortable with." Um, most. Oh, I'm wondering which boards you felt most comfortable with, which you felt the most progression on, and which you save for special occasions. And I thought that was such an amazing question, and I'd like to thank DM um, for posing that, and apologize to you also for not making a comment or a reply until now, but you actually get a live reply, which probably in some ways is better. Um, so to answer that question, I first need to remember what snowboards were actually in the background. So if I look here, as I'm stroking, literally look at me. I'm actually like just like stroking my beard, which is pretty funny. Um, so DM says Tar, and no worries. You had asked for questions on another live, yeah. And I think it was that live stream before. I think I put out the call for questions actually for us to answer in the podcast, which we filmed already, like this, just before we did the live stream that's on screen right now. So the snowboards that are in the background. So the two that are just behind me, there's the what is that? It's the Battalion Goliath. It's the Beyond Metals collab version from I think the year like last year. And then the next one, I'm going from left to right. The next one along is you can sort of see it sort of in blue. It's the Yes, the what is that? The Yes the Y snowboard. That's a directional powder board. The one next to that, the white one, is the 420. So that's the Yes 420, but that's the Yes 420 Pro. That's the one that has camber and is a little stiffer. And then I probably don't need to tell you guys which one the next one is. This could be a good segment, says Bad Riders. Live questions with Chuck Van. Yeah, I was thinking that too. So the one on the end, on the very right, that's the Casey Willax times Scotty Largo double barrel snowboard. So DM's question was, I need to have a look at it again, was which boards you felt most comfortable with, and which you had the most progression on, which do you save for special occasions? So save for special occasions, that white one, the Yes 420 Pro. So that one is still in the plastic, and actually I have not I've not opened it, I haven't ridden it, and I'm saving that one for Japan. So that's going to be a Japan board. So that one I'm saving for special occasion. The one that I've probably had the most, that I've both felt most comfortable and had the most progress on, is I'm going to say the double barrel, but that particular double barrel, the Largo one that's on the far right, that one is still in the plastic as well. But I have actually, I have ridden that snowboard with a different graphic, and that's been the snowboard I've rode for the last 2 years. And that's probably the one that I've felt the most comfortable on and the most progression. It's also one of the more aggressive ones in terms of shape, not so much flex. That was my first proper true camber snowboard, like the positive camber. It's very responsive edge to edge. It's not super stiff. but that's the one I probably feel most comfortable on nowadays is the Largo double barrel, and that's my daily driver. And the snowboard that I got the most progression on, like out of every snowboard I've owned, actually is not in this picture. It's Yes Basic. So that was my second snowboard, and it's the one that I really did most of my early progression on. Was the Yes Basic. So DM, I hope that answers your question, and I'm going to go back to the chat now. Luke Hayes says, yeah, I think he can on Tommy Bennett's stream. He can do it, and I think he's using the same system you are. Yeah, I'm not going to try it on this live stream just because I don't want to spend too much time. Like I'd rather read the comments. I can like do like a dummy one and play around with that later. But yeah, I think I can. So let's see what we can do here. Gonna pop me a little higher. Gonna pop. Oop. Should I put me up the top? And then actually I've got to put me underneath here. Grab this one. Bear with me, guys, while I play around with this. So we want the bottom of the chat to be over here. There we go. That's that. I'm going to bring that up to here. Bring me back up to here. And then this one can be bigger. So we probably don't even need that, honestly. That can just not be there. All right. Well, actually, I can bring that because that'll have like the bottom of the chat kind of just sitting there, just chilling. Just mucking around with stuff. All right. So let's find where I was up to. Bad Rider says, I love how the flowboard got completely overlooked. It didn't get overlooked. It wasn't one of the snowboards that was in that picture, but that was the first snowboard I ever had. It was not my favorite, but I've actually, not at the time, but now I've ridden it a few times since and I actually quite like it. So it's definitely not my favorite, but it's not my least favorite either of the ones that I own. DM says, thanks for the answer. I still love to ride my Ride Profit 159, but it's stiff. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of stiff boards, personally. 156 al dente profile for playing, and an old 1989 Burton Air for core shots. The Burton Air. Yeah, so my Flow Viper is my core shot snowboard. It's a 155. It's wide. It's flat. It's a noodle. And it can be a good time early season. It's got no pop though at all. So I'm going to just scroll up. I want to make sure I haven't missed any comments. I think this was where I was at. Luke. Oh no, hang on. I didn't read above that. Keyman Ski Lift says they're not poor videos, they're awesome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you saying that. Dusty says, first time I've ever got chased by a spider was in Mount Bunny. Definitely not a ski area. Being chased by a spider seems like a uniquely Australian experience. It really does. I want to make this like, can I make this like not as, oh, that's better. There's the bottom of the chat right there. And I can just pop that there so we can see the bottom and where I'm up to. I like it. Chuck, you should see the weather down here today. It's raining like crazy and so damn cold. Actually, last night it was really it was for Newcastle, it was Newcastle cold. I think it got it was down to like 8 degrees Celsius last night and probably less, but that's when I was out in it. And this morning felt cold too. He's Bad Rise asking if Dusty's scared of spiders. I can tell you that Swanee is. DM says for sure. Potato, potato. Raining drop bears, question mark. So the DM knows about drop bears? And the unique story that Australians tell people who are not from Australia, that there's random drop bears that will just fall out of trees and like scratch the hell out of your face. And you got to be careful. You got to watch out for them drop bears. You walk through the park, you're gonna get a drop bear on you. Is that a real thing? I don't know. You have to come to Australia and find out. We're closing in on 3 hours, says Ski Man. Are we though? Where are we at? Oh, we are too. Oh, actually, we just crossed. I think we crossed the threshold 2 minutes ago. 3 hour stream, and I still haven't reached the bottom of the chat. Bad Rise said that only happens at Chuck's place. How many people are watching still? Where's the 4? Okay, it's starting to die down. So that only happens at Chuck's place. And well, the ducks crapping on the driveway. That definitely happens at Chuck's place. There's a whole tribe of ducks near my house, and they love to just shit all over my driveway. Their favorite thing to do. When their tribe's as big as my hand, yes. We do have. It must have been like a huge huntsman or something. Let's see how long we can keep Chuck awake. Well, it's still only just gone over midday, so I can be awake for a long time. Am I going to stream the whole day? I don't know. We'll see. I'm committed to continuing with the comments, and actually, the comments are going to continue. As I can see, there's still people popping in. Bad Riders is saying we're taking up podcast editing time. Let's see how long we can keep Chuck awake. It's like 7 p.m. where I'm at. Ski Lift says I ski Mammoth as well, so I think most not sure though. But it's awesome up here. Mammoth is definitely on my list. I want to go there. Can we use this setup to watch clips? I already answered that one. I think we can. So we'll see. I think this is what live stream in the YouTube community should be. I think. Sorry, Luke. I'm trying to read your comment, and I've been on reading comments for 3 hours, so maybe my reading's not good. I think this is what live stream and the YouTube community should be like. There's no need for trolls. Yeah, I agree. Totally. Yeah. Never been to Mammoth, says DM. Would like to. Expect it's a slush park and track. But it's not a big mountain from the looks of it. And I think it would be fun. But yeah, I feel like the elevation there isn't high either. So you're definitely going to have slush. Watch Kevin's live stream from Mammoth. I did read that comment. Looks like a big party. Hashtag Arbor Free. I feel like that's a slight at Swanee. Snowboarding looks fun. Never tried it. So Ski Man Ski Lifts. I'm assuming that you're a skier. And we love that about you. But you should try snowboarding. For the first 2 days, you're going to be having some challenges. But I feel like if you've already skied, you know the way of snow. So I feel like you'll pick it up pretty quick. I think skiers usually pick it up quicker than just your average person because you already understand edging and stuff. It's just a bit different being sideways, a different feel, different way you've got to weight and pressure things. So yeah, there we go. I know. So Bad Rice says I know the Largo was going to get the progression comment. Yeah, I feel like in some ways from last season to this season, my snowboarding has gotten worse in certain elements. In some, I've actually regressed, and in some other ways, I've progressed and gotten better in some areas. So I don't know. I think overall, though, my skill is about the same. I need to get over my fear of going. I need a little bit more speed. So I'm not talking about 70 miles an hour. I'm talking about a lot of the times, like I want to do like a little hop off, a little natural feature or side hit. And I hit it and I go, geez, I wish I was going, you know, 5 or 10 kilometers faster. I would have actually been able to like do something that looked cool. So you always need to take in more speed than what you think, and that's that part of it. I need to, I want to get off the ground a little bit more than what I do, and it's funny because no matter what, so you look at something on in real life, and then you hit it, and then it feels like you're absolutely sending it. But then you look at the footage back and it's like, everything shrinks on camera, but at the same time it looks a bit weird. It's really strange that way. But anyway, Luke says, I do have to say I'm a little bit jealous of your Largo double barrel. Which one? I bought more than one. But yeah, it's I don't think you ever got to ride it. I think I gave Swanee a go. Swanee and I swapped at Beaver Creek. I rode his DOA and he rode the Largo. And I really like it. There's a couple of things I wish it was a little bit more forgiving on the edges. Like it's really, really responsive. And I feel like if you go really fast, it feels sketchy. But I think that's maybe a reason why I'm afraid to go fast, because when I got on that DOA, I felt a lot more comfortable because I wasn't feeling like I was going to catch an edge at all at any time riding that snowboard. Whereas on the Largo, I'm constantly aware of my edges. Anyway, so Bad Rise, I love how the flowboard, we already answered that comment. Luke Hayes like, I didn't even know that Flow made snowboards. Yeah, they do. Or I don't know if they still do, but I have one. I own one. It's definitely a Flow. It was the first board I ever owned. I bought it in 2015, I'm going to say. I'm pretty sure. They do real beginner focused decks. This is Bad Rider, talk about Flow. When we meet, we'll have to lock a talk about Luke. Maybe we should turn that into a podcast. Yeah, that'd be good. When you do come up, like we have to coordinate it so that Luke is there and that we can ride together. That's for sure. Luke Hayes, that sounds awesome, Adam. I'm so far behind the game. I don't keep up with the technology. You don't need to keep up with the technology. We can help you with the video stuff for sure. And we need to get, actually, Luke, the next, like did you bring that Hero 8 of yours to the United States? Because you never you never pull it out, and there's got to be gigabytes and gigabytes worth of video footage on your phone. Like I saw you filming so much when we were in the States, and that we need to see some of that footage. We need give it to me. I'll edit some of it. Ski Man says we've made it to 3 hours. Already talked about that, but this is pretty crazy, pretty surreal actually. And I could go for longer. But I still want to. At some point, we have to call it. But if you guys are happy to keep going, I'll still go for a bit longer. Uh, let's go ski, man. It's keeping the time. I love it that you guys are on it. And we might even, if we get to the bottom, maybe we might even see if I can like watch a video or something and have the sound come through for you guys. Um, so Luke Hayes said this is Chuck's longest stream by far. His last one that was close to 2 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, okay. Luke's actually checked. I like it. Starting to creep out. This is Bad Writer saying that it's starting to creep out podcast time. Let's go. He beat the record, says Ski Man Ski List. So much for whatever you had to do today. Well, actually, I didn't have too much. Like, I was gonna do maybe some. I've got some business admin stuff to do, which is just boring paperwork. I'm gonna put the new battery in my the battery in my motorbike was flat. That's the other thing. Like when I was asking about what videos you guys might like to see me watch, like there's kind of a few categories of videos that I'd like to make. And so the first is obviously snowboarding. And I've got so much Chuck Ival or archival footage. Like there's all of the last US trip from this year. There's so much you guys haven't seen from the year before when I went to the USA. There's the Australian season in between. There's when Ellstacker came. I've got some footage of that. So there's a lot of snowboarding stuff. There's also some one wheel. Like I can go like at any time. I can take the one wheel out and take you guys for a ride on the one wheel, and explore my neighborhood and do some sort of like ride along videos with the one wheel. And I've also got the motorbikes, and I want to do more. Like I want to get riding the motorbikes more because the motorcycle that I've got two in the shed, and one of them it's just been sitting there for so long, the battery is dead, so I need to replace that. But Bad Riders actually just hooked me up with like an attachment for my motorbike helmet, so I can like take you guys for rides on the motorbike. So that'll be interesting too. If you guys want to see those kinds of videos, I'd be interested in making some maybe. uh, so out the podcast will just will be me telling you a bunch of new tech. You know what? If you guys, if Luke and Adam sat down and just chatted about snowboarding, to me that would be a fascinating conversation. Even if it was just that, if it was Adam like explaining new snowboard tech and Luke going, oh yeah, I could use that. So it's something like that. I would watch that. I'm interested in your guys' opinions. Classes in session, Luke. Let's go. Says Bad Riders. Mammoth is 11,000 feet. That is crazy elevation. I think the highest lifted point in Australia is like 6,000 feet. That's a lot. So Luke Hayes needs to replace his Scotty Stevens. What comes close? That's a good question. Why do you need to replace your Scotty Stevens though? Is it not still in good nick, other than the rusty edges? So Ski Man's confirming he's a skier. Looks fun. Want to try it? Just start with rental. So get a rental boots and snowboard. Get and then and pay for like a lesson, like a private lesson, to get you started, and then just stick with it for a few days or a week, and just you're gonna want to. But after that, I'm gonna guarantee you're gonna want to buy your own gear. I reckon that's what's gonna happen. So Bad Rise is so much more stable to. He's saying. Luke Hayes says, I don't think capita is Luke's using the voice typing for sure. He says I don't think Capita is doing a Scotty Stevens Pro for 2024. Batterized is so much more stable too, or even the Mega Mercury this season. You will be taking mine out for some runs. You got to bring it up here, Mr. Bad Riders. We want it. We want to see it. We want to see you at Perisher. It's what we need. We need to see it. Almost need to have, speaking of this, if I wonder if I bust this out here. Oh, yeah. We've got the timer on the screen now too. How about that? That freaking work. Yeah. All right. I don't know. Can I make it bigger? I just want this to be there. Put that on top of that. And then never mind me, guys, as I'm just mucking around with all this. No, don't do it like that. I'm gonna have to do it this way. And now I can see how long we're live for. If that's correct. 3 hours and 16 minutes. Love it. Luke Hayes. I'm thinking about buying a DOA. I had a little ride on Swannies and it was awesome, but I need a new park board too. Yeah, okay. DOA you could use for the park. I mean, it's a good. There's a reason why it's such a popular board. It's a good like all round snowboard for sure. DM says no shame in a lesson. Ask for a level 2 or level 3 instructor and specify what you want to work on. Yeah, no shame at all. Honestly, I'm thinking about getting a lesson or two this year because like there's some elements of my writing that I think is like stagnated and I feel like I need a professional to look at it and give me some things to work on, even if it's just like an hour lesson where I want them to look at my turns or have them like take me over some jumps in the park and give me some feedback. I think that would be beneficial. I don't think, especially if you've never snowboarded before, if you've only skied, there's got to be some benefit to doing that for sure. Yeah. Bad Rise says, I haven't heard much about the 23-24 Capita board lineup. I need to chase that up, but you need to try Mercury. I know Bad Rise is big on the bandwagon for the Capita Mercury, especially the Mega Merc. He likes it a lot. Put that up there. There we go. Luke Hayes is going to ride and buy a Mercury this season. I love how Bad Riders is just like in there. He's on it. Board shops often have loans and rentals. Yet you can do, I know they do it here. It's like you can do like a demo where like you take like a new snowboard out that came out that year and take it up for a day and then you give it back at the end. So a lot of board shops do that. If you're thinking about buying a snowboard, you can take that snowboard up and ride it for a day. It's usually ones that have like they have a demo board that like everyone who demos that board will be on it. So it's better to do it early season before those boards get thrashed out. But that's a good way of doing it for sure. That's a good idea, DM. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. And Luke, ESS do it. Like you can go to Jindabyne and you can demo a board from ESS and drop it off the next day. Like pick it up in Jindabyne, take it to Perisher, and then drop it back there. So you might want to think about doing that. Good thing to do. They also used to sell demo stuff. Yeah, so if you've got old demo. Oh, we've got Nate the Lifty. Hey Nate, how you doing? And Nate's in the chat. So we've been live now for over nearly 3.5 hours, which is crazy. I promised, I said I would go for at least an hour. There was a bunch of topics that I wanted to talk about. We've covered all the topics, and I needed to get to the bottom of the chat. And I've never got to the bottom of the chat, not once, in 3.5 hours. So thanks for joining us, Nate. It's good to have you here. And I've been fiddling around with OBS. So as you can see, I've got some overlays and stuff. So you guys can see where I'm at in the chat. So Luke A says, none of the footage that I shot was any good. Lots of rubbish. I'm sure that there was a few moments in there, mate, that are worth looking back on and that I would like to see, for sure. DM says, I'd love to see some snowy one wheel. There are some people that ride one wheels in the snow. Some guys on the East Coast. I can't remember the name of them, but it looks crazy. One wheels aren't like, they put like studded tires and stuff on their one wheels. It's really crazy, and they like hit jumps. They make jumps and stuff, and they hit the jumps. I have to look up what that is. Posty. Luke Hay says posty videos. Everyone loves a good posty. My posty, actually, I need to get it looked at. I jumped on the posty the other day. I went to take it for a rip around the block without checking it was silly of me, without checking the tire pressure in the tires. And actually I rolled the rear tire off, not rolled it off the rim, but I broke the bead and I don't know how to reset it. So that's a problem. So I can't ride the postie right now, which is one of the reasons I bought a new battery for the Ninja. DM says, try to capture the moment, not the person. That's a really good, that's an excellent quote. Capture the moment, not the person. That's so profound. I need to write that down. Where's my notes? I'm literally opening my notes and I'm going to save that. Add page. Things to think about. I'm literally going to copy that. DM, that's sensational. Yeah. Oh, it's actually saved the link from the video too. That's kind of cool. All right. So, what have I missed here? What's Nate talking about? He's at Mount Hood. Of course you'd be at Mount Hood. That's awesome. Got to just keep making yourself valuable and there'll always be work. That's a good quote too. Yeah, Bad Riders is on it. He says he knows I'm talking about the Ninja. Luke says, let me know when you get your bike out, and I may have to bring my dirt bike out that's road registered and we can go for a ride. That'd be cool. I'd like that. I ride motorbikes the way that I ride snowboards though. It's very slow. Nate the Lifty says, gents. It's good to see you too, my friend. I feel like you and I spent a very small amount of time together, but I feel like there's a bond, a good bond there. I want to hang out more at some point. I'm gonna get myself over to the States again. Are you gonna? I suppose you're gonna. I'm not coming for summer camp, but next winter, maybe I'll have to link up with you. You gonna do another winter in Colorado with Buckhouse? I'm gonna guess yes. So Bad Rider says yo to Nate. Nate the Lifty in the house. How you doing, brother? That's what I want to know. Nate the Lifty wants to know what everyone else is doing. So we're over here in Australia. It's 4 weeks, literally 1 month. I think 1 month from tomorrow that we're expecting the lifts to start spinning here in Australia. And we're so stoked. Can't wait. get out there. And it's only been like a couple of months I've been off snowboarding. I'm already chomping at the bit to get up there again. Chuck's fatigued after streaming for 3 hours, but I think we can call it and say that we're good. Well, I'm not at the bottom of the chat yet. Bad Rider says, doing good, mate. How are you doing? What a wild stream, says Nate the Lifty. It's all happening. Nate says, we're getting there. Breck is still open until the 30th, 31st of May. Oh my God. That's crazy. I suppose you guys got a fair bit of snow this year. Luke says Nate, the best cook in Mount Hood. I bet he is too. Yeah, he says he'll be working with the crew year round. Buckhouse just keeps pumping that content out though, doesn't he? So good to hear, mate. Says Luke, I was worried when someone would come around you wouldn't get any work. Nate says that he's just going to keep making himself valuable. Yeah, and there's always work to be had. So Bad Riders is giving me a lesson on OneNote. Thank you for that. From what I hear, mate, you're a pretty valuable person, says Luke Hayes to Nate the Lifty. You'll be in on the job forever. I think you will be too. That's the goal, he says. Nate says, I'm going out to Mammoth in a little over a week. Very excited. Get out here, Chuck, he says. I won't. Your summer is my winter, but my summer is your winter. So Luke Hayes says, Nate knows how to make a man jealous. Good work, brother. That's one place I want to go. We have a lot of cool stuff going on this summer. What are you guys doing? Oh, lots of wakeboarding. Plus, a summerboard sponsorship. I might actually have to tune in to watch you boys rip on the summer. Have you guys tried a summerboard before? I'm a one-wheel guy, personally. So you can almost... Can you see my one? Yeah, you can. Just see my one wheel. Just behind the chair right there. Just behind the chair right there. There it is. This is what I'm talking about. The one wheel. Mighty one wheel. Mine has some modification. That's actually only one of my one wheels. I own two of them. I'll have to, maybe I'll go check that out. Yeah, Bad Riders is a summerboard guy. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours, 27 minutes. And we've reached the bottom of the chat. For the first time in the chat, we've reached the bottom of the chat. And I'm excited. I'm relieved. And Nate the Lifty says it's a neat product. I've never actually ridden the summerboard. I'm down to try it. It looks really sketchy though. So I remember the first time. So I hear there's like there's definitely with one wheel there's a learning curve just to like get started on it, and I just cruise on mine. But I feel like the one wheel, like you can like get just cruising around the one wheel pretty quick. I feel like, yeah, you guys are saying it. Like I feel like to get just cruising on a one wheel, you can do it like, I think I had Bad Riders like going up and down the street and almost looking comfortable or starting to get the feel of it after about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And I feel like if we had another hour, we'd be doing some, we'd be actually going somewhere. I feel like you need a couple days. I feel like you need to put hours in to get even feel like you're not going to die on the summerboard. It feels like I don't know, that tipping of it feels like it'd be really gnarly. And just the thought of like catching an edge, like catching an edge on that thing, ridiculous. I'm not even sure. I don't know how I deal with that at all. But all right. Luke A says, "What do you think of the summer board? Any good?" Personally, I've never ridden one. I just said, but if so, the video that you guys posted, so I could probably just look it up, couldn't I? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's because this is like that. If I just pop this up here. Put myself. You guys are seeing me just get wild here. Trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Okay. I can go down here. And then this bad boy here. Get into here. It's not quite where I want it to be, is it? That up there. It's close. Let's see what we got here, eh? I'm gonna make it full screen. Actually, I can. I just need to drop the chat down. Or I can just move it across like this. We can watch the video here. All right, what do we got? Jonathan Thurston? Jonathan Buckhouse. All right. Oh, there it is. The Street Snowboard. Buckhouse was legit. 3 hours ago, the video premiered. Cool. Yeah. I thought someone just made a comment in the chat. Did they? There we go. I can make this sort of like that. We're almost here. Almost got it the way I want it to be. This is the first time that I've been doing anything like this. So I appreciate you guys bearing with me. There we go. All right. I think we're here. I think this is sort of going to work now to a certain degree. What are you guys saying? I'm going to see if I can try and play the video and we can watch it. Definitely different, but works the same muscles as snowboarding, says Nate. Is Jonathan going to do a wakeboard thing? Yes, they're planning it. Look at the custom one wheel, got all the tech. We need to get Luke Hayes on the one wheel. Thought that was a great concept to keep the channel moving throughout the year. Most people that ride snowboards like skating, wake, and surf. Yeah, that's true. DM says that he used to skate, love one wheel for the cruise aspect. It's got good flow to it. Dial it in with non-tricks. You can see there's a Nordic track. There's people that do wild tricks on one wheels though, for sure. Bad Rice says he likes it for turning, but boy, can it hurt the ego. We're still live. Ski Man's back. Nate the Lifty, what up? We've been live for 3 hours and 33 minutes. So we need to get Chuck on a summer board. I'm down to try it. So I'm gonna see. I wonder if I can make this so that you guys can actually hear the video, the Buckhouse video going on right now,
which is the summer board. This is a street snowboard. You guys are like, what? What does that even mean? Let's cut to a quick montage of what a summer board is.
coming out of here. Tell me in the chat, does it sound weird? Can you guys actually like hear the video? Okay, you guys can hear the audio. We'll give Buckhouse a like. Is this just a bunch of pop the volume just down just a little bit?
So, because I'm sick at snowboarding, day one, I'm gonna look exact. That's the misconception. These things have a learning curve to them, and we'll get into that in a minute. And we'll also go over the technology of this thing. And overall, this
live
is a new
reaction
sponsor to the channel, the summer board, and we're gonna go do our day one. All right, the box said.
So hopefully you guys can hear it, and it's not weirdly echoey because it's going through OBS and my computer.
Instagram of the summer board. I didn't do it for the YouTube video, but if you are not following the Instagram, check it out. It's like bonus extra content on that platform. So yeah, check out the Instagram. Now, they
so
like a tennis
is
court
this
court.
like day one? The echo is back.
No bikes, no scooters. Well, we got a summer board.
I need to put it down a little bit.
So the summer board is
that echo should be gone now.
It's a long board that has these rotating middle wheels, which are technically what you ride the most. You're going to be riding those middle wheels and then transitioning from edge to edge or wheel to wheel,
yeah.
ripping it. Now,
Nate, I'd like to say that it's the reverb is on purpose. It's a nice like production design thing, but actually it's more like I don't know how to fix it. And this is you seeing me trying to figure this out live.
Yeah, day one, we're going to get on this.
So, but this is day one. Buckhouse just said it.
Their instructional manual, because I think it's important for not only
the delay on the reverb is not good.
They also mention it. Like, these things are going to go hand in hand. I really do think it. The summer board is a brand new invention.
But I'm gonna guess.
There are a few new concepts that you must understand.
I wonder how I can fix that.
What skill level you bring to the table. Going through these videos will answer 99% of the questions you'll have.
Actually, I think I know how I can do it.
You'll learn in half the time, and learning to shred is just a few sessions away. Just like snowboarding, you must develop a few skills, but if you just stick through the first 30 minutes, then you will start having fun with shredding in no time. Just like snowboarding, you don't want to go straight up to the top of the mountain and then just have a whole horrible time catching being scared, things like that. That's what we're doing here with the summer board. We are going to take it baby steps. So bear with us through this process.
I don't know how to fix it. I'm gonna have to play with it after the fact.
And it's gonna be cool to see how bad we are today, and hopefully how good we'll be.
So this is the first time
turn this baby on right here,
that so Buckhouse, he's turning it on right now.
Rolling start where you kind of like kick and then get on it.
Tip that they give that is
He's got the remote in his hand. He's at like a basketball court.
I'm not pushing Mongo.
Well, then put your weight immediately backwards.
Bad Rider says his day one was in a car park, and the summer board has been around for a while, but under a different name.
So there is a break on this thing. So they recommend pushing Mongo because we snowboard and we're really used to pushing with our leg behind. I think I'm going to stick with that strategy.
Push Mongo? Why would that be easier?
Just like with snowboarding, you don't want to be here when you're.
Well, I guess you don't want to do the splits. That's why they say you don't step off a one wheel like super quick.
Way better time. The reason why you want to get the push start is you want those center wheels to kind of line up is what I feel like they want you to get strong, and then you can maybe don't do that.
I wouldn't do that.
So Nate, if you're still there, who's filming this? Were you here when this was happening? When this was being being filmed? Oh, who's that? Oh, whoever it is, they're killing it.
So that's step one, is just kind of learn how to go straight on this thing. The next step is obviously learn how to turn. So they got these awesome tutorial videos for you to watch and go over. So we're gonna watch one of those real quick and see if we know how to turn.
And maintain a center balance.
Actually, yeah.
Okay, so now we're gonna learn how to turn, and they want us to do.
You need
3
headphones.
singles in a
Yeah.
row before going to the next.
Agreed.
Said starting toe side edge, it's gonna be easier. So here we go. So if you
That
just stay in the
actually,
middle, mate,
actually,
have
that
it
might
back, I'll
work.
just go around you in a circle. You know.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Alright, so stand on the toe side edge. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, dude, my legs are burning.
and
So that's one. Oh.
now we've lost me. Oh no, I'm back.
I feel like I'm getting way more dizzy than you are.
Yeah, dude, you're making smaller circles. That was 2. Increase the speed a little bit.
Okay. Now no audio appears to be coming through to you guys. But can you guys hear? Now we've lost the audio. Yeah, I figured that. Trying to figure it out. This is at the end of the live stream, and if anyone's still watching, I'm glad. But you can see me struggle with this. It's because I changed the audio source. See if I can get it back. Okay. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to see if I can get your audio back.
Snowboarding. You put your weight on your front foot.
And it works.
It works.
It's crazy how similar a lot of these.
It's crazy how dizzy I'm getting right now.
Sorry, Nate.
I just
Cool, we
heard
figured it out.
Nate say that
We're
he's getting
ripping,
dizzy.
guys.
You ready for the next
So he
move?
must be the one that's
no.
filming
You
this.
sound like, the way you said that makes me nervous.
Figure eights.
Figure eights.
Okay.
So
So-
you do a heel circle
You guys should
to a toe
now
circle.
be able to hear
So then a heel circle.
Yeah.
the sound.
Figure eights.
So I'm gonna start on the toe side edge.
Yeah, live troubleshooting.
Heel. Toes, and now we're gonna go heels, okay?
This actually works. This is crazy.
And now we're gonna go to our toes.
Yep.
So we're on the toe circle.
All right. He looks pretty comfortable on there, though.
Toe circle.
Actually working, though.
Heel.
It's really kind of cool. Yeah.
Oh. So toe circle.
Yeah.
And we want to go straight a little bit. Heel.
You see how it's like just an immediate transfer, like from as soon as you put weight on one edge or the other. Look how rocky it is.
Toes. When I transition edges, I stop with the gas. I feel like that's probably a good tip to know.
To start.
Yeah.
He's
So,
saying like
one
don't
figure.
gas it too much. Nate's getting really excited.
In the body position. That feels good. I'll tell you what, these toe side ones are leg burners. We're going around this pole.
Feel those calves engaged.
Dude, the muscles. So there's 2 figure eights.
Bad Rider says the big difference between the summer board
Yeah, I
and the
thought this
one
was
wheel
gonna
is
be
how weight is used.
Impossible. Well, we're ripping.
Those drive wheels work like a 3BT and the board will rock, but it's hard to get used to.
No, we're not.
Yeah, I feel like you really need to commit and be like on.
No, dude.
He's off. I think you need to commit
Yeah,
and be like on
Eventually we'll get there, but like I'm
on
so
one
hyped
edge.
that we're actually linking turns on day 1. And once again, it comes down to like the snowboard background really does help with the summer board because the body position, specifically like the heel side, felt so weird. But now when I shift my weight like I'm on my snowboard and I really lean into it, it actually feels better than the toe side one. The toe side one is killing the muscles, but that's the other awesome thing about the summer board is it's designed, or it's not designed, but like it will help get your legs stronger for snowboarding. So if you live somewhere where you only get to snowboard on vacations, things like that, but you could summerboard all year, you could summerboard, get your legs all super strong, come to the mountain, rip, which is insane. So once again, Summerboard is a new sponsor of the channel. Obviously there is an affiliate link in the description. Use
We're
the
nearly
code,
at the
use
end of
the
the
link,
video, are we?
everything, and we gotta do another figure eight, a clean one. Yeah, Cody!
Cody's in on it.
Go to your heels now.
Oh, you see, as soon as he
Hold on, get low,
transitions,
get
like
low.
you really would have to think about your. Oh, look, the body position, like where your weight, your center of mass
They had a good point.
needs
Like,
to be
in those
directly
beginner
over the
stages,
top
you're not
of
able to swing your back foot, which a lot of people snowboard
those
like that.
wheels.
You know, the back foot rudder.
Yeah, you
committed
really
to
have
that
to
front
like
foot knee
use
steering,
edges.
like if you were carving a snowboard. But just like snowboarding,
Luke asks, do these run off a remote
eventually you'll
control
use the
or is
back
it
foot
like a
rudder,
one
you'll
wheel
use
where
the
you?
carving, you'll use every
No,
aspect
it has a
of
remote.
the sport.
So
to make turns.
the turning is initiated by your body,
Rip it.
because in between, like the center of the trucks, it's really loud. I don't know if the sound balance is right here. I'm just gonna dial the audio on the video down a bit. Buckhouse looks pretty comfortable on it, actually. Look where his weight is. He's just like found the sweet spot and he's just sitting on that edge. And same thing, you see it's just like snowboarding in the way it looks like his center of balance is like directly over the edge. He looks really comfortable though. Oh, no, there he goes.
I really had that thing going from the laps to
But yeah, Luke, the forwards and the brake works off the remote.
I was committed, man.
Remote with a forward and reverse control. Yep.
What's the next step?
Bad Rider says, if you remember, to my first time one wheeling, that's what I was working on. Yeah, and it's the same with the one wheel. But instead of being over the edge, your center of balance is you always sort of want it to be like if it goes too far past the center of the wheel, then it's a problem. And you'll get to the tipping point. Dusty's back. He says, damn, you're still alive. Attaboy. Had to go grab food. I was starving. Good to have you back, Dusty.
I have a dream goal to go from here to
How do we get this?
That's like the dream video on the summer board with all of our bike.
But yeah, we're looking at a Jonathan Buckhouse video because Nate the Lifty was in here just before, and he said that they just did like a summer board video. So I thought, let's see if we can actually play that video. Did anyone see that outfit that Buckhouse was wearing at Big Snow? It's outrageous. When in the US, I actually did meet Buckhouse very briefly. Dusty's went and got mac and cheese and mashed potatoes. That's an interesting combo. He said he just had mouth surgery. So yeah, it's mushy foods. I think I kind of said before that that we were. I wonder if I can just make that a little louder. That I was going to go get some Mexican today. So I think I've got a Mad Mex just down the road from me, and I saw they had a taco sort of special going on. So I was keen to maybe hit that up. We'll see. But preseason starts today. Awesome. Are you talking about preseason as in like training? Mac and cheese would be. Oh yeah, you're talking about like the tacos. Is a really good food to get started. Chuck Fit is on and it's happening. All right, so I think this has been a super successful test. I'm like so happy with how this has gone. Actually, I just want to see if I go to the that's the live stream. Do I still have the control room open? I do. Don't know where it is though. Yeah. 3 hours. We've nearly done 4 hours. We almost need to just hang for that extra 10 minutes, don't we? At least before we turn it off. And there's still 5 people watching. That blows me away that we're here. So I think like we probably just need to I think we just need to kick it for the next 9 minutes at least because my Dare Ice coffee ran out like ages ago. And we also sort of need I'm gonna need to hit the bathroom soon. But yeah, I feel like we need to chill for the next 10. So if you guys have any burning questions, and I feel like I'd like to do more videos, more kind of streams that are like this. So I mean, now that I know that OBS like this, I know that the software that I'm using to do this, which is crazy to me, works. And it's actually, you guys can tell me, I feel like it's been a couple times it's lagged and dropped out once or twice, but I feel like it's been pretty stable for most of the time as well. So I feel like we could probably even do some live stream videos where you guys chill whilst like we can have the chat up and we can chill like whilst I'm editing a video. I don't know if anyone would be interested in seeing that. We could do like watch alongs of things. We could even do like a me catching up on YouTube stuff. We can watch some snowboard YouTuber videos like we just did and live comment while we're doing that. I could probably even have guests on too. So there's a bunch of things that we could do with this. And I know that I feel like I'm getting into the realms of being like a real YouTuber, which to me sounds ridiculous. I'm just Chuck. But so Bad Riders is saying nearly 4 hours. Let's chill for the 10. Let's talk about karting a bit more. We could do that. So I'm gonna get rid of. I'm just gonna get rid of this for the moment. So I can just back this off really, and just chill with that. And put that over there. That's a bit crazy. You can see the control room. Yeah, and there's the time. Very nice. And I can make myself bigger. Lots of messing around here, but it kind of works in a way. All right, there's me. We're back. We could talk about karting, but there's some comments. I'm going to read them first. So on your next trip to the track, what are you going to work on? Mostly my line, I think. So from talking about you, or talking to you and Swanee after the last live, or should I say, after our last track session. Um, there we go. So after the last session on the track, I feel like I need to maintain the revs on the kart and somehow like not use the brake so much, like use more of the track. So probably my line. So Bad Riders says your PC has handled this stream very well, considering how much you've been doing that. Yeah, I have been just moving windows around and bringing. There's four different assets coming in, and the 5 including the audio. So my computer has just bossed it out, but I did buy a tooled up laptop for a reason, mostly for video editing. But Dusty Allen says you hear of Mobility Duo before on IG and YouTube. They specialize in helping snowboarders pretty much get in tune with their bodies. Good stuff. Might be smart for pre-season prep. It's probably a lot smarter than Mad Mex, if I'm being honest. But yes, I have heard of is it Sarah and what's the guy's name? It's not Nick. Can't remember. But yeah, no, I know those guys. I don't know them. I haven't met them. I've been on live streams with them before. I think they were in one of Ellstacker's live streams when I was like a guest on there, or I was in the camera. I was in the field of view, hosting one of Ellstacker's live streams, or co-hosting, should I say? And those guys, the guy from Mobility Duo was in there. And actually, we could do some watch-alongs with that. Maybe do like a yoga session or something. Luke Hayes says that he went to camp last year. Dusty and Mobility Duo came, and they're both really cool. They know their stuff, yeah. Because like, geez, I'm spacing on the guy's name. From Mark. That's right. Yeah, no, it's Mark and Sarah. I'm pretty sure. Like Mark, he's like actually like a trainer. Like he does like he's done a degree and like actually is, I don't know if he's a personal trainer of sorts, but he's like he might even be a physiotherapist. And I know that Sarah's like a professional yoga instructor. So yeah, they do know their stuff. It's sciencey. And I need to watch more of it, actually, if I'm being completely honest. It seems, Luke Hayes says, seems strange that they wouldn't let you use the GoPro, and you can use your phone, not a GoPro. That makes no sense. If you're talking about the carts, hey, Luke, you can't use your phone. If someone was to stand like on the side of the track and have a camera, then that's okay. But their issue with us not, so we wanted, Adam and I had our own motorcycle helmets that we used while we went karting, and we have attachments on our helmets for GoPros to go onto, but they wouldn't let us attach the GoPros while racing because they said it was because of their insurance purposes, their insurance. Because apparently at one of their sister tracks down in Melbourne, which Adam said he knows which one they're talking about, and he thinks it's the same one that they go to, and apparently a GoPro came off and hit someone or something, and that's why they said no, which sucks, honestly, because I'd like to get some footage of us racing. That'd be really cool. I'm so bummed they wouldn't let us run GoPro, says Adam. Dusty Allen, their yoga flow saved me with all my injuries from sports. Yeah, so I've got, this last year, I had two herniated discs in my lower back. And that was just before I went to the United States, which is one of the reasons why my My snowboarding is dialed down a lot, but it's not just that. It's just because I'm also I have fear and I'm old and my bones are brittle now. But definitely I was avoiding getting too high off the ground and avoiding big impacts because of that. So, and I've been doing a lot of stuff to recover from that. Like I've actually joined a gym and I'm trying to build up the muscles in my back and also trying to lose weight too. So, um, Bad Rises, they wanted us to tag them on socials, but not allowed to film on the track. They blamed an incident that occurred in Melbourne 15 years ago. Yet every track in Victoria allows GoPros, yeah, on the track. So that's sort of what I just said, and it's a bit of a shame. And that's why I said earlier in the stream I'm not shouting out the karting place because, well, I'd promote them if they let us film, but they won't let us film, so I'm not going to promote them. Uh, Live yoga with Chuck and Swanee, that'd be funny. Doctor of physical therapy, I thought so. Yeah, he was a physio, and is what his bio says. All right, cool. Dusty says, "Do it. Your body will thank you. All you need is 5 to 10 minutes to dedicate to yourself." Yeah. I've been going to the gym, 2 to 3 days a week, for half hour to an hour each time. I've been doing strength training. I've been doing cardio. I've been doing swimming. Um, and on the days that I'm not at the gym, from this week I'm starting to do some just like body weight stuff. Not necessarily at the gym, but I've got a bunch of back strengthening exercises that my physiotherapist gave me, and to do, and plus just a bunch of like squats and push-ups and stuff like that. So I've got sort of like a half-hour regime that I used to do back in the Chuck Fit days. So yeah, I'm definitely trying to get after it and turn my body into the best version of myself that it can be. All you need is 5 minutes. Yeah. I still call Bad Riders is so upset about the karting thing. I still call BS on that. If you had appropriate helmets on, then that wouldn't be an issue for GoPros. They don't fly. They don't fly when they fall. They'd hit the ground before. Yeah, if a GoPro fell off a helmet, it wouldn't. The carts are all enclosed, like all the engines and stuff. It would just bounce off. If it actually, probably what would happen is the GoPro would be on the front of the helmet. It would fall into the lap of the driver. It probably would be safe. It probably wouldn't even go outside of the cart. It'd probably just be stopped. But they and even if it did hit the track, then yeah, even if a cart ran over the GoPro, then you might get a scratch. I think the GoPro would even be okay. But yeah, if it did hit someone in the head, it would hit the helmet. So yeah, I don't think I think it's just the fun police, honestly. Not they're just being too cautious. But we still got to race. But yeah, screw those guys. The racing was fun. In fact, I'm gonna try and I want to go race. That same company has another track which is not too far from my house. Probably about the same distance, just in another different direction. I'm gonna try it out there and see if they'll allow the cameras. So we'll see if there's a consistency issue out there. And Dusty says yes, that's awesome, man. Love to hear. Love you love to hear it, as C-Dub would say. Yeah, you do. You love to hear it. You love to see it. You love to have a strong neck. If they do, we'll have a rematch. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it's kind of where that other track is. It's kind of out in the country a little bit. It's close. It's towards on the way out to the Hunter Valley. So I'm gonna check it out. I don't know if it's gonna be. Dusty says for the neck. We almost have to, don't we? Let's do this. We need some avos. Put some avocados in the chat. That's what we need right now. Luke said congratulations. I knew your back was annoying you for a long time. It was not annoying me, but I could feel like I can actually, because between two of my vertebrae, the disc is actually almost gone. So I could actually, like, after snowboarding, I felt a lot more stiff than what I remember feeling in the past. So I and I was definitely not wanting to take any big falls. Avo gang. uh, I love mine board rips. Yeah, actually, Dusty, I checked out your Instagram, and have you got a YouTube as well? I definitely checked out your Instagram, and dude, you rip. You're actually a pretty good rider, and looks like you guys are absolutely tearing up Lee Canyon. So shout out to Dusty. If you guys haven't already or aren't already, how do we make me smaller here? And then let's have this here. Get this. Got Instagram. I feel like I almost need to make this a lot smaller than what it is. All right, let's get this going. I can get this happening up here. All right. It's almost working the way I want it to. There we go. We're good here. Dusty Allen, there he is. Yes. There he is. Lee Canyon. Oh, won't let me zoom in too much. But there's Dusty with the boys, the Overstoke crew. But check out Dusty's Instagram. I don't know if I can. That would be. Look at just the stoke on his face in this one here. So he's rocking also rocking the Largo double barrel, the Casey Willax graphic, and just tearing it up, this guy. And there's a bit of point of view stuff going on there too. Luke says, scene. Look at this, the rubber ducky situation going on here. If there was Adam, they would have asked us to leave because I would have got cranky about the GoPro. One thing Luke did say that I could tell stories. So Luke Luke's fuse is short sometimes. I'll say that much. So I reckon Luke was the person that we needed there actually when we were talking to old mate. Luke would have gone toe to toe with him, I reckon. So Luke, that's why I played it, because I wanted you to race. It's over such a stupid reason. Called it before. Dusty says, yeah, I appreciate the follow, and yeah, man, thanks for that, dude. I'm getting there. Just happy to be able to ride the whole mountain now. I wasn't able to do much in the beginning. But look, you're just 50-50 in boxes. That's really cool. This looks like a nice bail. Yeah, just a little hop right there. That's what I love to do. Just stuff like that. That's all I need. Just a little bit of a hop over a little rise there. That's my favorite. Yeah, just that is perfect. Oh, look at that. I want to rip down that. This is Lee Canyon. Yeah, just little hops. That's all you need. Look at that. That actually looks legit. really fun. Like really fun. Oh, up the bank. Yes. Oh yeah, a little bit of air. Oh, 50 straight up. Oh, look at the slash. We love the slash. And there, there it is. Oh, see, that's just watching this gives me pure joy. Really does. Anyway, so check out Dusty. Dusty looks cool. We're gonna come to Lee Canyon and ride with that guy. Um, just happy to be able to ride the whole mountain now. Wasn't able to do much beginning of the season. Short sleeve sesh. I love it. Ski Man can't believe that we're still live. How long's it been now? 4 hours and 6 minutes. It's crazy. It's just such an epic long live stream. So still 4 people watching. Bad Rider says, yeah, Chuck is killing it. The question is the longest snowboard YouTube stream yet. I don't know about that. Snowboard YouTube reviews. YouTube says the stream health is excellent. Yeah, that's Lee Canyon. It's so fun. Not the biggest place, but everyone's in such a great mood. Like just from those, like the little video that I just played, like it really looks like there's some fun terrain there. Nothing too like. I mean, there probably is gnarly sections of it, but yeah, just seeing a couple little ollies and stuff, it makes me happy. Next season, Dusty says next season they're under the Powder Pass, part of Snowball in Arizona, and Brian Head. So Brian Head is a place that that we need to go to. In fact, we almost, like very, very almost, as I go back and make myself larger here. So Brian Head is a place that we very much almost went to. Instead of passing through Salt Lake City, we almost went south and went to Brian Head to go see Kenny on board. But had we done that, it would have cost us several $100s more money each, in gas and accommodation and stuff, and we wouldn't we would have potentially missed out on 2 days with Snowboard Pro Camp. So we weren't able to do that. And those couple days we had with Snowboard Pro Camp were some of the best days of the whole season, both snow-wise and company-wise. So I regret it, but I don't regret it at the same time. HMU? What does that mean? If you want to plan a trip out for sure. What is that? Is that a typo or is that an acronym that I don't understand? HMU on LG. Anyway, I'm not sure. Kangaroo Dusty, yeah. But no, I feel like it'd be good to get out. I want to meet as many people in the community as I can. Thank you for sharing my content, he says. And the kind words on my writing. I'm going to have to put together a progression video for this season. It's awesome. I mean, honestly, like, I feel like there's just such an emphasis in the snowboarding community on people riding at such a high level. And not everyone, like, you don't need to be riding like one of the pros to bring the stoke, you know? That's my opinion, but anyway, one clip sums up the epicness. Ellstacker getting face shots, and Kev filmed it. Hit me up. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I understand now. I think I can say this is the community's behalf. We need more bail content. Actually, you know what? I often as someone who makes occasional snowboard videos, I do often cut out the bails, usually because they're not interesting. Because it's most of the time when one of us does a bail, it's just like a very gentle, we're just falling over, really. And it's then you've got to watch a minute of, I actually, one of the next videos in my list to edit is actually I'm gonna do one of Chuck's singles line videos. So that's the video where it's just I basically show almost the entirety of the run with a few little cuts and some music. So it's meant to be a Andreas Schubert style video where it's just that you get to see like almost everything of the run, and from us getting on the lift to us going down and us falling and stuff like that. So on that one, I think I'll show more of the falls because it's quite interesting just to see like how difficult it is when the snow is that deep to get going again. It's crazy. It takes it out of you for sure. But I feel like that's a fair comment, and I feel like we need to go back to this because so hang on, he's doing it again. Let's shrink myself down to here. And I feel like, are we going to find that if I can make this just a tiny bit bigger and then a tiny bit more this way? I feel like, yeah, that's kind of it. And sorry, we have to leave Dusty for a moment. I wonder if it's on, I can find the YouTube video for sure. It's Snowboard Snowboard Project, Professional Snowboarder, Snowboard Pro Camp. That's what we want right there. So this is the SPC Instagram, and I just want to see, yeah, people still watching. So I think Kevin posted it. There it is. I think we just need to see. This is every time if you're ever feeling like a little bit under the weather or you're not feeling the stoke for whatever reason, if you're not feeling good, this is the video that we need to watch. So you got Kevin. Can I make the sound go? What's that? He says it's not that video. It's the one on the right. I don't know. I think that's the video. Hang on. All right. Oh yeah, it is. You're correct. You're correct, Adam. Click on the speaker. I clicked on the speaker, but on the wrong screen.
Hop off a 16 passenger. This a G5. No, this not a Challenger. Big one. I keep some members.
I think that's copyright music. I'm not allowed to. But this is the one. Have a look at Ellstacker's face. The start of the clip. That's got to be it. He's just cruising. He's just getting smacked in the face with snow. Look at that. There it is right there. Whoosh. Just that's the clip. If you zoom right in on that, that's Ellstacker just getting barreled. Right there. It's pure joy. He doesn't know where he is. He's just getting smacked in the face with snow. And this was filmed by Kevin, and on one of those the days I was talking about, that if we'd gone down to Brian Head, we would have missed this day. So I have no regrets of that. But I did want to meet Kenny. Kenny on board seems like one of the coolest members of the community. He's like a massive advocate for Brian Head Resort and for snowboarding, and he seems to be stoked all the time, and I feel like that's energy that I want to be around. But at the same time, it looks like he's a solid rider too, and he's like not he's like my age, if not older, and I feel like that we can be ripping a lot. Click on the speaker. It's 8, it's nearly 9 p.m. where Ski Man is. Dusty said he jumped. But be watching the snowboard videos. Let's go, says Ski Man. Oh yeah, it does. It says liked by Luke Hayes. that's so legit. Ski Man says that powder is deep. Like I could watch this. It's just a short clip, but I could watch this video all day. Really could. He's in the white room and he's not even turning. Yeah. It was a crazy day. It really was. Bad Rider says he's had to like plug his laptop in. So it is what time we running with now. I do have to go to the bathroom soon. But you know what? Let's end this by a bit of a throwback. I want you guys to be with me. So this was the Instagram. Yeah, it really did. So I feel like I'm just gonna get out of that for the moment. I'm gonna open another instance of YouTube. Look, there's the stream that we're in now. And look at how professional, pardon me, how professional is that that cut job of my face right there. It's perfect. It's beautiful. I did it on my phone, actually. But what I want to do is go to the full video. So of that, we're on premium. And by the way, a shout out to Bad Riders, Adam Bad Riders in the chat, who is actually my sponsor now, because it is thanks to Adam that I have YouTube Premium. You see that YouTube Premium is up here. That's Adam. Thank you very much for your sponsorship. First sponsor of Chuck Van, the Chuck Van channel, or Chuck channel. Bad Riders like, where did the hair go? But no, I want to end, if we're going to end the live stream, I want to end it with actually the video of that day, because that was like, there were so many good days this season, but that has to be a highlight for sure. I think this started by me saying the video of that day. Like, I'm going to leave some of the bales in, just for you, Bad Riders. But let's go Snowboard Pro Camp. And if I can just stretch this across a little bit, let's take it there. It's good. Snowboard Pro Cam. Yeah, he's pretty good with the camera too. Some live streams. Oh, there it is there. Deepest day. And look at the thumbnail. That's just beautiful right there. That thumbnail is so amazing. I love it so much. Look at his face. Ellstacker is killing it. The powder went all the way. Would have to agree with Chuck. Watching, they'll get face shots. The hit was so fun. Where'd the hair go? Good question. Hope those sponsorship dollars are going to a good place. They really are, Adam. Thank you very much. But I feel like this stream has gone for quite a long time. By the time that this finishes, we're going to be over 4.5 hours. I'm going to say thank you so much to all of you for sticking around for so long and just listening to me talk nonsense. It's been so much fun. I'm going to stick around with you guys for another 12 minutes while we relive this epic video on such a fun day as the long-awaited video with the from Snowboard Pro Camp featuring Face Skater plays just above it. That's that makes me laugh. So anyway, without any further ado, let's start this video and see if I can get it rolling for you guys. Look, I've already watched it halfway through.
What's up, everyone? We're here at Palisades on an absolutely insane powder day. I think it's just been snowing non-stop the last few days, and the wind has actually kept most of the mountain shut.
No.
So this is going to be the first day in a while that some of the chairlifts have been open. We're out here riding with an epic crew as well. We got Ellstacker's Adventures.
Ellstacker's Adventures.
In snow and have to
struggle to get out of there, but it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, man. And Luke's got the surfer out today.
Ready to go, mate.
Do you think
There's
it's
Luke
the
Hayes right
toughest
there.
Test for this board yet?
Yeah, I'd have to say it's gonna be a good day for it.
Sick, man.
It really
He's all
was
the
a
way
good
from
day,
Australia
though.
As well. So we got the Aussie crew. We got Ellstacker from Idaho. Should be a good time. What was going on this morning?
So we get here in the parking lot.
Oh, there's
we get
me.
out, we're getting ready, and all of a sudden I'm leaning down to tighten my boots, and
Boom.
bang! And I'm like, what was that?
Avalanche control.
So it turns out that the avalanche control crews are on point today.
You could hear the explosives going off in the parking lot. It was crazy.
Guys, but this is gonna be the most insane run of your lives.
Luke really is a snow ninja, though.
All right.
There's Swanee.
Cut to the
Swanee
start of the
Brews.
run.
Kevin, there was just so much snow. It was ridiculous. Here it is. Ellstacker can't see at all. And so it was actually a really cool moment. After this day, we headed back. Turn that so loud. After this day, we headed back to actually Kevin's place where they were staying to like share all of the footage. So it was so cool. It was just all of us just hanging around at Kevin's place with just playing with his dog Jake, chatting with his wife Jill, and Kevin actually dropped like the SD card out of my camera, and it's such a wild moment of like all of us on the floor, just including Kevin, just looking around for this SD card that we dropped.
That was awesome. Just everywhere is the most snow, fluffy, and like, yeah, I don't want to make any turns. Wow.
Ellstacker didn't want to make any turns.
Yeah, bravo, man.
Swanee. There we go. Look at him. Just drop in there.
What was that?
I really wanted to swear then. I wanted to say, what the fuck? It was so wild.
Stacker in the gondola.
What's up, boys? What we doing?
We all wore too many layers that day though. Yannick SLB.
Where are we headed?
What a man. Put up face mask on and goggles.
Those are fun.
Luke is not there to be seen.
Someone took the oxygen on the way up the hill. Has someone got it up here?
Where is the oxygen? I couldn't find it.
Do the Chuck Cam again. I want to see the double.
It's the Ellstacker Step on review.
It's happening. The snow is deep and I'm struggling.
It's the POW Step on. Show us the POW Step on.
The thing that the video
Dusty says he's been rocking the open road this season as well. I just got it. I actually really like it. It's like exactly the double barrel, except directional.
the snow is so soft that you
It
just
feels so familiar.
nothing.
If anything, I needed on this day to be set back on my stance, like back further on the snowboard. It was too deep. My legs were so sore, like I was leaning like full back.
Goggles are fogging. This is gonna be a sick lap. Hope you guys are ready. If you haven't yet, cannonball the like button and consider subscribing for more videos like these.
Consider
I bet to show
subscribing.
these guys a run. My favorite run. I think
Broken
one of
Arrow.
the best runs around Tahoe. Yanni's gonna lead the way.
So what I'm gonna release is a singles line video of this run, so you can see like the whole run from my perspective. And there's one shot, I don't know if Kevin included it, but where Ellstacker just like sprayed me so heavily. There's me just having the time of my life. It was so deep. I was leaning back so much. I was like, whoa. It's actually a lot steeper there than what it looks to, but that always happens on camera. Yannick just making it look like it's nothing. That Largo powerboard's killing it. Yeah, it really did do very well. I'm very happy with it. Dusty says I'm 4 holes back on the back foot. After this day, I think I put it back as far as it would go. But this was the deepest day we've had all year, the whole season. Look at Kevin, makes it look just so effortless. Until then. There was actually, that's a fair point. That day, like, because all the snow fell.
So a few tips
like,
on a deep power day
look
like
at the
this. If you get
the
stuck in the
ice
snow,
mustache.
roll onto your stomach, get your board below you so you can push yourself up kind of from your knees.
It's
and
my
also
ridiculous
any, like,
selfie
try
pole in the
to
background.
coast across those with some speed or jump into somebody's track. All right, we're
Dusty says he's on a 164. That's crazy big. Mine's a lot smaller. Yeah, Ski Man says he hit a rock. There was lots of rocks, like just under the snow. Because a lot fell in a short time, and it was all soft. Like, you make a turn and you wouldn't really know what was underneath. I actually got quite a few scratches and dings in my edges from hitting rocks this day. But yeah, 164. I think mine is it's a 156. Like, I've got the smaller version, and on this day I probably could have done with more surface area for sure. But I did also like the maneuvering.
Oh, okay. The road was closed.
One thing that was quite evident, like, we had to traverse across a couple of like flatter, firmer sections, and on the traverse, I was actually smoking everyone. So when we were on the firmer, packed down snow, I was catching up. I passed Swanee, I passed Luke, I passed Yannick, and I even passed Kevin. And he's got a massive board compared to the one I was riding. So the shout out to the Largo for the glide.
We got super lucky. Today's been incredible. These guys have been killing it. I think, I don't know what it is, but they've just been cruising along. We've all been stuck a few times.
He says he's on a size 10 boot.
Just to push out and continue on.
The power is definitely motivating us.
Like, man, we were all just like, I don't know where we were.
We were in it.
Luke says you would rip on a snowboard, then mate, you got so much surface area. This was the big hike that we did.
So at the bottom, it kind
Lots
of
of
like, you'll see
traversing.
it becomes like a skate, like natural half pipe skateboard.
It's funny,
So
between
once we
that
get to the
last
bottom
cut
of it, we'll just
and
regroup
now,
and
so
then,
much happened.
Cruise from there. So we have
So
made
much.
it to the run we wanted to get to. Grueling hike. We didn't film most of it, but the crew's all here. We've got like unlimited bottomless
so
snow
arduous.
and one of my favorite runs of all time. Super stoked to be out
Like,
here today.
it was probably the
The
toughest
crew,
hike,
tucked in with
like toughest traverse that I've ever done.
This is the dream right here.
And it's just because there was so much snow. And I was very,
boys, have a good one.
was and am very unfit. But I made it. Thanks, would destroy image of power. Yeah, I agree. Dusty Allen Bad Riders, always down for a beer. For sure. We got to have a beer one day for sure. They climbing up the mountain. Yeah, the climbing that we did, it was more across than what it was up. There was a little bit of up. And then we dropped. I was so smoked at the end of this. There's not much footage of me because I was a long way behind. And I was so tired from the hike. I kind of like stopped like 7 times on the way down. Almost at the bottom. Ellstacker didn't even go on this run. Ellstacker and Swanee were drinking beers in the lodge while we were doing this.
Yeah.
Luke was there though.
That was so awesome. Oh my gosh, I have no words.
No words.
This is for all the OGs. These are the DWCP. All the YouTubers. All the
Jet Bro.
Who else do you want to shout out?
I shouted out a bunch of people. I missed a few though.
Engine, Sister JJ, Ellstacker Adventures,
So
Ascendant Syndicate, all the Roberts, Robert Fowler, Swedish Robert, Catman Snow. Shout out Max and his artwork. Emilian Popoff.
Yeah, I was
weird
so
Frenchman,
dead, bro.
We need to shout him out as well. Elise
A weird
Lenski.
Frenchman. It's
else
still
have we got?
nuking on me. Look, the snow's just
Luke Hayes,
collecting on
Jasper
top of me.
Voyevich. I'm sorry if I forgot you. Just all the DWCP, all the people.
You can hear
that
Luke in the
watch Snowball
background.
Pro Camp, they're all-
I missed,
Sports Nampa. Gonna beat you one day, buddy. Hopefully you come to Australia.
I missed Kerry
That's
Pierce.
how I'm going to end it. Like the rolling credits.
So
Oh, this is when we had dinner afterwards.
Oh, I got the GoPro rolling. It's already we made it.
That was fun that day.
Successful day. Now we get to chill.
I'm so happy to relax and eat some of this food. It was a wild day.
Ellstacker Adventures.
Got all the
Swanee. There's Luke.
Have a good day.
Got it out.
We're out there. So after that, Ellstacker. No, actually, geez, I'm getting really dark. Ellstacker had the biggest pizza. One of the biggest pizzas I'd ever seen. Pretty crazy. Dusty Allen says, Jet Bro, Chuck Bro is dead. You guys are absolutely ripping out there. It was such a fun day. I like that it was the first in the shout outs. Yeah, you were the first person on my mind, apparently, at the time. Ellstacker looks well rested. Luke says that was some scary climbing stuff, though, up those mountains. I feel like Kevin was taking us to places that we couldn't really ride. Yeah, there was a couple of like traverses that, I mean, I got stuck on one of them and I thought I was gone. I thought I was a goner for sure. Kevin saved me like multiple times. I got stuck heaps and I had to, that's part of the reason why I was so spent. I had to dig myself out like a lot of the time. This thing is gone. So, in any case, oh, actually, if I just bring the ISO up just a little bit on the camera, and maybe you guys can see me a little better. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Jill was in there. We had dinner with Jill. After a long day of snowboarding, you just want to relax and eat some food. Exactly. We were pretty exhausted after that. That's how you learn. Go into places and figure it out. Well, I mean, if it was a different day, if it wasn't so deep, then I feel like that hike would have been easier. The riding would have been more difficult, but the hike would have been easier because the snow was so deep. And the biggest problem for me, I couldn't see. So because I spent like 20 minutes digging myself out of a hole, and I got the goggle fog, and once you get moisture in that lens, it's game over. Luke Hayes at Palisades. Yeah, that's actually the singles line video of a run that Luke Hayes did earlier that same day. And that was a good one. If you guys haven't seen it already, I recommend having a look. It's a good watch. And actually, Bad Riders, I just heard some stormy weather coming over from behind me, some thunder in the sky. So I think that storm's finally made its way up here. Luke Hayes says Palisades is a place. I've got a big spot in my heart for that joint. And so Swanee and I, you never know, we may be going back there next year. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So Adam says that he's talking about the helmet. The reason my goggles fogged up had absolutely nothing to do with the helmet. It was everything to do with I had a hoodie on under my jacket, so I thought that I would need it for the cold, but it actually wasn't that cold that day, even though it was snowing. So I had one too many layers, and also when you spend 20 minutes digging yourself out and you don't take your goggles off, it's gonna happen. Yeah, there's no vents for the goggles for sure. So where are we at now? We've reached a crazy 4 hours and 40 minutes we've just gone over in this live stream, which is just insane. Bad Rider says the sun is out at his house now, but he's got the heater set to 24, which is still stupid cold. I think, what is it? What's Google say? Weather, Perisher Valley. Let's have a look at that. So it's saying we got it's -3 degrees Celsius. That's 26 Fahrenheit at Perisher right now. And looks like there's today there's meant to be snow and a bunch of clouds, but then next Saturday it's going to be a mixture of rain and snow. So what about Newcastle? So right here, right now, it's cloudy, 60 Fahrenheit, 16 degrees Celsius. So it's not quite as cold up here as where Bad Riders is. -3, time to go for a hike, Chuck. A huge thank you for letting me film that and editing for me so much. Love, brother. That's my pleasure. I really wanted to edit that and get it out on the channel really quickly after it happened. So I edited your singles line video before I edited my own one, which is funny. It makes me laugh a little bit. But no, I was just to see like how wrapped you are looking at it, and that's a memory of like you basically taking a run, like it was because we got separated. It was just you and Kevin, just chilling, and you know it even. Oh, I don't even know if you guys could hear that. There's a huge thunderclap just went on behind me. Actually, hang on a sec, guys. We're closing in on 5 hours, says Ski Man. Can we actually do it? If we are gonna do it, I need to turn a light on because it's actually gotten really, really dark out there. Hang on, guys. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. So far, this video, we've ended this stream like 4 times, but we haven't actually ended it. We just keep going. Give me a sec. Yo, Swanee. Wow. You want to come say hi to the live stream? I've been live streaming for almost 5 hours.
That's has to be a record.
Yeah, so hey, say hi to the chat. We've got Ski Man in here. Luke Hayes is there. Dusty's been coming and going. Bad Riders. So Swanee's nipped in to say hello.
Hello.
Let's give Swanee a bit of a, make him a bit bigger there. Swanee's there. What have you been up to, Swanee?
I went to all my grandma's ashes all over Mount Sugar.
Oh,
Yeah. We had a little family picnic up there.
I guess you guys finished that just in time.
Yes.
It's-
I can see you got the weather up there, so you probably just informed everyone
Yeah.
about the huge storm.
I wish I could show you guys. Oh, sugar. I wonder if how do I get the bomb? Where's the radar? Bomb. Newcastle. The Australian government. Get this here. Well, it doesn't look so bad, actually.
It's going to be pretty short-lived, but there's some thunder and lightning.
So we're
And
like,
it's wet right now.
yeah, I mean, you can see that there's some clouds coming in, really. But Swanee's been up there. So
It was cold up there as well. It was like 12 degrees.
Adam actually heard a clap through the mic. So Bad Eye says Swanee. Here just chilling. What, no bibs, Swanee? He was saying before, he reckons that you've been wearing your new bibs, like you've never taken them off since you bought them.
I'm sorry to hurt you there, Adam, but no, I haven't. They've been they're in the snowboarding bag, waiting for winter.
Shorter lines means more intense usual.
Well, yes.
She's talking about the radar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, short but fierce.
Short and sharp. Horde and forced.
Horde and force.
I like your corduroy hat.
Yeah, it's okay. That's all right.
That does the job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's here, Swanee.
You said.
Well, it starts early down your way, mate.
Yeah. Well,
Melbourne has two temperatures, hot and cold.
he said it was like 12 degrees or something down there.
Yeah, it was 14 up in Melbourne.
Yeah, it's 16 here according to Google.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Yeah. But
well, bye, live stream.
thank you for stopping in, Swanee. We appreciate it. He says it's 11 degrees and it feels like 5.7. It's that's what I was about to check actually, is the snow at Perisher. Swanee loved those bibs, says Luke Hayes. He felt that Kevin was still left rubbing on him. Luke, I love the way you think. So Luke Hayes says Mr. Bruise. Isn't it the Bruise? Pretty sure you're calling him the Bruise. He says it's Swanee, let's go. So do I want to go back to live stream? I assume that we're still live streaming, but Luke Hayes says Mr. Bruise. Oh, isn't it the Bruise? There's a weird echo happening. No. Yeah, according to that, we're still streaming. So I might just go away from that. So that's such an excellent job that I've done. So let's have a look at. Yeah, I know I'm still. I just wanted to double check that it was still streaming. That was the famous Australian Swanee Brews. Is there any other kind of Swanee Brews that like isn't Australian? So I want to. If we're trying to reach like 5 hours, what are we up to now? Oh, we kind of have to. I remember saying at 4 hours. We've only got 10 minutes left. We may as well just keep going. But we're literally nearly at 5 hours, so may as well just have a quick chat about what's happening. I'm gonna look up Perisher snow cams. and just see where we're at here, what's going on. Ooh, it looks very snowy. Very snowy. Can I just make this make it a little bigger? Put it there. Wait. Being a bloke, as Ellstacker would say. So what if I made it like this? That might help a little. Almost. Okay, there we go. We can sort of see it. No! Oh my god. There we go. That'll do. I don't want to promote the Epic Pass too much, but oh, Mackie P. Mackie P's made it to the chat only 5 hours late. He goes 5 hours! Exclamation mark, question point. I'm only 5 hours late. Let's go. Hey Mackie, it's good to have you, man. So yeah, you'll see if you ever look back on the stream that we've been going for a while now, and holy dooly, the chat so what we're looking at behind me right now, and I'm trying to get it nice and centered here, but it keeps trying to change the field of view every time I do it. So I need to kind of just get it the right size. And I'm so close to getting it where I want it to be. So close. So Mackie, you'll see that I've got a bit of extra, like, different technology going on here than what I normally have. So I've been mucking around with OBS Studio, and now I can do live streams where I can bring in different assets, and I've got the video quality better, and hopefully the audio quality better. So I hope you're enjoying it. So Batterai says first storms of our season are firing, and Chuck's at home procrastinating about editing. That's exactly that. This live stream is continuing on mostly because I don't want to move on to editing. So at the moment, what are we looking at? I need to get rid of that ad. So this is the live cam. It looks like it's just spinning around in circles. So this what we're watching now is live from Blue Cow. So this is, I don't know what I don't know exactly what chair that is. It looks like it's it's not the summit chair. I think it's like the early starter chair. But Mackie P says it looks good. I like the live chat on the left. I think it's good because I can highlight it, and you guys can see actually where I'm up to in the chat as well. And we were actually watching videos before, like we can like watch videos together. It's really cool. So Perisher is looking good. That's only one of the live cams, so you can't see much. So this is I just need to move it just a touch, just a little. There we go. Just get it. I'm so close to getting this. So nearly perfect. There we go. You know what? That'll do close. There we go. It's close enough. I'm such a perfectionist. But look at that freshy power. So this is a still image. So this is from the top of the V8 chairlift. That's sort of the bunny hill at Perisher. And this is looking back up at that same chair. So it's pretty snowy up there. It's like a whiteout. So Luke Hayes says opening weekend is looking good. Potato. We can put some potatoes. I want some potatoes and some avocados in the chat. So much snow up there. Yeah. Ski Man didn't realize that our seasons were opposite and that we're about to start. So it's about 4 weeks, 1 month almost exactly before the season opens. So you can't even see, you can see some of the snow guns there. But it looks like white out. This camera is half covered. This is, it says Mount Perisher up there. So Mount Perisher is, it's kind of actually we call it Mount P, and it's kind of the area that Swanee and I don't go too much, but Bad Rider said screw Selwyn. If they have a ton of runs open, Perisher might be the go. So that's the big question, is how much of Perisher is actually going to be open. And that will depend. Like, there's not enough snow there yet, but if they build a decent base and they can open with, if they open with just front valley, like just V8, like just this chair here, then they haven't. It looks like they haven't put the chairs up on the. See, that's the cable. That's the bunny hill. So they haven't put the chairs up yet. The mountain operations team. So I feel like that should happen the next week or two. But oh look, here's an advertisement. The camera's down. So this area here, Happy Valley. So if they can open this is kind of just to the side of where the Bunny Hill is, and it's this is the area where I guess what's called the Leichhardt Terrain Park. The Leichhardt Terrain Park is. And it's really nice, cruisy, flowy area where you can get some nice low angle turns. There's a few things to kind of like little side hits and stuff to jump off of. Usually the second area to open. So if there's enough snow for them to open that up, what's probably going to happen if Selwyn has enough snow for me to actually ride, then I'm going to go there for their opening day. But after that, I'll probably hit up Luke, because Luke's going to be there as well. Ski Man says, yo, the snowmakers are out. Let's go. So they started testing snowmakers at Perisher probably two or 3 weeks ago. And they've been running them at Selwyn since Easter. So that's pretty cool. Falls Creek. Look at Falls Creek. I'm not finished looking at Perisher yet. Where's this? This is Center Valley. So that's kind of just down near from what it's sort of next to the Bunny Hill, sort of. It's pretty low down on the mountain. So I wouldn't expect that to be covered too much. Blue Cow Summit. That's actually looking pretty good. That's rideable. But there's a lot of like open grassy areas up on that part of the mountain. So I feel like you could open that, but you can't open the terrain to get to it. So yeah, Perisher, the mountains here need, because there's so much. It's a very rocky area, so they need like a lot of snow before they can open. So we need a lot more cold temperatures so they can blow snow. In a month, it should be Gucci, says Mackie P. I agree. Where's this? Sunday, May 7th. I don't know where that is. Honestly, I've got no idea. Oh, no, that's Blue Cow as well. Accelerator. This is more... Actually, that looks pretty good too. Look at that. So where the run is down the center and the chair is off to the... It's kind of just like... that way. It's off to the right. That or maybe am I reversed? I think I might be the other way. I don't know which way I'm pointing, honestly. But that looks looks rideable too. It'll be pretty rough under the snow. It'd only be like this much snow. That's pretty good. And that's from, oh, that's Guthaga. Yeah, it's the Freedom chair. That still looks a bit rough, bit not filled in. All right, that's good. That's flow territory. It really is. That's where the flow board comes into play. Bottom of Guthaga, you can see it's still pretty grassy down there, but yeah, the mountains in Australia are so rocky that usually you do need a lot of snow to open them. Now the Mount Kosciuszko camera is done. Smiggins. And the snow, oh, there's the snow stake. So in the you can see like the screenshot that I used to create the thumbnail for this video. Where is it? It's here. Or if I can make it smaller. I suppose I could just do this. Things are getting real wild now. Okay. Get this down into here. There we go. All right, so you can see this this photo here. This is the live stream, and this was taken. So this is in centimeters. For those of you in the United States, you'll have to do the conversion, but we can see from this that like this was taken, I think, 3 days ago. So they've had a fair bit of snow in the last couple of days over there. So this is what they're reporting live right now. How long are we going? Are we there yet? Oh, I think we just made 5 hours. That's crazy. The most mental live stream ever. Can't believe we've been going for this long. It's nuts. All right. How does that work? I'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. And yeah, so that's pretty cool. There's a bit of snow going on, and this one's sort of live. Bad riders. This stream will break, Chuck. So, you wanted to look at Falls Creek, didn't you, Adam? Okay, let's see if we can find it, ski.com.au. Should probably use their actual website. Would that not make more sense? Okay. All right, here we go. So, Drover's Dream. Not quite as snowy as. Can I just click in on that? No. Not quite as snowy as Perisher, but still a bit of snow there. This doesn't look so good. Towers doesn't look so good, but oh, that was taken yesterday though. That's before the storm. It looks like some of these images aren't current. Not as much snow as Perisher, says Adam. Falls Creek. Yeah, Falls Creek is a really fun resort. I think it was you that Ski Man that was asking me what my favorite resort is. I do like Falls Creek a lot. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I don't know. I think Perisher definitely has more variety and a lot more terrain. But I feel like the village though. So the village at Falls Creek has probably got the best vibe, honestly. Like that's the resort in Australia that I'd most like to spend time on the actual mountain itself, for sure. You've got a live feed. Where does your live feed come from, Adam? Is it a website or is it on YouTube? Actually, I wonder if that's so no Threadbow does that. On the Falls Creek app. Interesting. So the app runs more of a live feed than the website does. That's interesting. So if I go to YouTube. Bigger. So if I can type myself in Creek, do they have a YouTube? They do. Do they have live? Feel like I've got like I'm missing it. Community, playlists, shorts, videos. Yeah, it doesn't look like they've got any live stuff. App is reporting minus 3.8, 15 centimeters of snow depth. I'm cool. I don't know about that. 15 centimeters is a lot. I know Bulla does live streams. Yeah, so does Threadbow. If we look at Bulla, Mount Bulla. So here we go. Apparently there's one person watching the Fox live. Burke Street. Let's have a look at Burke Street, Bulla. There we go. It looks like, I don't know if it's snowing, but there's definitely snow there. Some other ones here. The terrain park. See the fan spinning. I know Threadbow does too. So, see what Threadbow's got going. The basin. The basin's pretty high up at Threadbow. Yeah, it's a bit of ice or rain on the lens. Yeah, it looks sleety. Ski lifts is like, Mount Bulla, let's go. They don't have live, sadly, yeah. But this is live from Threadbow. There's people in the chat. Let's drop a yo and some potatoes on them. Yo. There's some people just speaking in another language in the live chat. That's hilarious. But yeah, there's a bit of snow up there. Let's see. I think they've got other angles too. Let's I can go to live Threadbow. And they've got am I too big? Let's make me smaller. It's a little smaller. And high noon. I don't think that's yeah, I don't it's the 3rd of January 2019. I don't think that's live. Okay, none of these are. It looks like yeah, it looks like the basin is the only one that they're actually broadcasting live. I know they've got other snow cams though. They normally run high noon and they normally run the cruiser chair as well. Okay, Adam's sending me screenshots. Yo, Mount Buller is live. Threadbow has 1K views now. Yeah, I think what they do is they just set the live stream on the camera and they link it to YouTube and they just run with it. So Luke says, I know that Ellstacker is not going to believe that you did a 5-hour live stream. May have to do that 24-hour live stream with Elliot. I feel like that's the only way that Ellstacker does actually do like a 24-hour live stream is if I somehow make that happen. And like this is cool because like there's only so long you can sit there talking about things, and when there's like other stuff that we can like look at and get into, it makes it more interesting, at least for me. So let's see if I can pull up. You send it on Messenger? Oh yeah, you said that. All right, let's see. You guys can like go in on our previous conversations. So what were we talking about? Adam's telling me I've got to record a vid. That's me. I bought my motorcycle battery. There's proof that I did that. And there's a picture of a kebab. The picture of a kebab that I sent to Adam. Beautiful, nice, delicious Turkish kebab. Gonna get Mad Max for lunch. And actually, it's nearly 2:30 in the afternoon, so I need to get on that soon. Anyway, so let's see what Adam sent us here. All right, that looks a lot better. Right there. So, Ellstacker is going to go crazy when he sees the... So, Ellstacker will be in, like, Dreamland right now. If I go to... the clock. Something over there. Yeah. Yep. This. Don't know what's happening over there. World clock. That's the one I'm after. What is happening with my phone though? It's just going nuts. I think Adam is sending me more messages actually. So let's have a look. We've got smaller. So what do we got? Oh, he should still be awake. It's only 10:30 in Boise. Five a.m. in London. Where I am now, we're almost all on the same day. Almost. 7th, but Boise and like the west coast of the US are still in yesterday. That's funny. It actually kind of shows you, which is kind of cool, like the world and which part of it is in darkness. Anyway, it's distracting. But yeah, we've got Drover's Dream, the village. Looks a bit snowy. Look at, there's some stuff on the rooftops. 24-hour ski, man. How long are you going to do the stream? Honestly, I am going to call it pretty soon. It's nearly 2:30 p.m. I started this at like 9:30 a.m. And I'm still sitting here with you guys. Still in my pajamas, actually. You guys sneakily see me just ride a one wheel to go turn a light on earlier? Just wondering if anyone caught that. No one commented on it. Ski Man says, Luke Hayes, I don't think I'll be able to do a 24-hour stream. It's pretty crazy. It's possible, though. He's probably... I think Bad Riders actually has it. I think that's the answer. That's the reason why we haven't seen him. You're all in the future, says Mackie P. Yeah, we are. Because Australia is actually closer to the international date line, like we're one of the first countries that passes it. New Zealand goes before us, though. And I think like Tonga or Papua New Guinea or something, well, that's above us. I know there's some weird islands that go first into the day, and then it's New Zealand, and then Australia, and then then Asia, and then Europe, and then it goes across the other side of the ocean, and then the East Coast, and then actually, if you're, sorry to say, Ski Man, you're your time zone is actually one of the last to cross into the new day. Maybe I think Hawaii might be later. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, maybe or Alaska or something like that. I don't know. So we've got, oh yeah, it actually looks decently snowy at Falls Creek. But yeah, Mr. Riders is sending. I thought he was sending more stuff. DWCP. Swanee Bruce says good old Aussie kebabs. Anyway. Yeah, it's the DWCP that's going off. All right, there's that stream. Back to this. Did I cancel the control room? Where is the control room at? I don't even know. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay. DWCP Chuck. Back on the nest, mate. I don't know what that means. Ski man's. So I don't know. Do you guys have like I was not able to find in the United States anything like a Turkish kebab. When you say a kebab, it's kind of like you think meat on a stick, but this is sort of like a wrap with spiced meats, sauce, various salads. You got to wake up your toddler. I've got a toddler in Swanee maybe to wake up. All right, that's where. So we're at 5 hours, 16 minutes. And I feel like what do we got? I've never had kebab cooked over charcoal and shaved to perfection. Yeah, so it's kind of it's sort of like a Turkish version of a burrito in a way. So it's there's lots of yes, Mackie's got it. It's like a doner, It's or a gyro. It's similar to a gyro, a very similar thing. It's very heavily like spiced, seasoned, and slow cooked lamb. You can have chicken as well, and it's usually it's in a wrap like a big Turkish flatbread that is then so the meat goes on, and then there's a variety of sauces that you can have on it. My sauce combination is barbecue, garlic, yogurt, and hot chili, and then you can have like lettuce and tomato and cheese. You can have hummus and sour cream and a whole bunch of other stuff too. And you have usually you have like the salads. You have onion, tomato, lettuce, and this stuff called tabbouleh, which is basically like shredded parsley and some spices and cilantro and all of that goes on it. And you can have a bunch of different stuff, but that's usually how I take it. And yeah, what they do is they wrap it all up together, and then they put it under a grill and they toast it. It's amazing. Luke Hay says every Australian loves a dirty lamb sandwich after a big night of drinking. Yeah, we've got all the toppings, and if we go back to that photo that I sent to Bad Riders, so this one you can see it's like toasted on the outside. You can see a bit of the lettuce, a bit of the tomato, a bit of the cheese in there, a bit of the sauce. And like these things, it's kind of like it's sort of the size of they're probably about 1.5 times this. It's probably another half again on a burrito. most burritos. Well, some of them you can get like a jumbo ones. Bad Riders knows all about the jumbo ones. You can get them that are like, yeah. Actually, they did toast that one really good. But says Bad Riders. But yeah, you can get them really big, like twice the size of of like a regular burrito. But not every store does that. Like the ones around here, that's probably one of the biggest, and that's half eaten too. It's like twice. Like you can see, I'm right down the bottom actually of the little wrap, the packaging that it comes in. uh, but well, guys, I feel like that this has come to a conclusion. Mackie says that's delectable. It looks delectable. They really are tasty, and they're an Australian staple. I don't think it's like I don't even know if they have them like that actually in Turkey, but because I feel like there's lots of variations on it, but I don't know if it's a uniquely Australian thing, but it is very popular. Like it's a very extremely popular food here in Australia. And I was happened to be eating one the other day, and Adam and I talk about kebabs more often than what you would think. So, an interesting thing to talk about. But we've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes, which is just mind blowing that you guys have wanted to. And we still got 4 people watching. How many likes do we get on the video? Can I bring it up? I don't know. I think I had it in a different window somewhere. You guys have wanted to, and we still got 4 people watching. I'm looking at it. Looking at it here. Oh, we've got the weird like camera on camera thing. 13 likes. That's pretty cool. Just gonna close that one out. But I feel like it is. Oh, thanks. So Ski Man comes in with the 13 likes. I feel like it is probably a good time to bring it to an end. So I'm gonna just so it stops distracting me. I'm just gonna take the chat away and bring myself back up here. So thank you. This has been the most epic live stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me. And I hope to do more like this. I don't know if I'm going to do like a 5-hour one every week, but it's been great having you guys just keep challenging me with things to talk about. And thanks for those of you some of you have gone away and come back. I really appreciate that. If you're watching this back and like it's a podcast, then that's awesome. I hope I've done a good enough job of like giving you an idea of what's going on in the live stream chat. It's also really cool for me to be able to bring the chat onto the screen with you guys and bring other things in. And I think it's an interesting format, something that I know that other YouTubers and stuff do, but I haven't really experimented with much. And now that I have a computer that is capable of doing it, I feel like I've really enjoyed that experience, and I hope you guys have too. If you haven't already, please leave a like on the way out. Really helps with the playback. I'm sure everyone that's watching live has already done that over the course of the last 5.5 hours. And it's been a pleasure. I'm going to keep you guys updated on the snow season coming up here in Australia, and look out in the next couple of weeks once I've finally figured out how to sync it all up and how to chop it down. The podcast that Bad Riders and I recorded last week. I want to get that won't be on this channel. It will be on the DWCP or the Deweek Canberra podcast channel. So if where are we at? If I go YouTube, need to do a shout out for that because we need more people subscribed over there. So at the moment we've got 30 subscribers. If I just bring myself back down here, you can see there's the podcast, 2 hours and 9 minutes that we did with Ellstacker. There's also looks like there's some videos there from Adam Bad Riders in his old shed, and also from Ellstacker. I grab this. There's an old man shredder video there. Bring the chat back up. Just drop a link up there on the screen in the chat. So if that's the channel right there, that the podcast and its various episodes or chapters of is going to be dropping on when I finally finish editing it. So Nate the Lifty just comes on just as I know I've been going for a crazy amount of time, and 5 hours and 21 minutes. And I was just thanking everyone because I really need to go to the bathroom, and I also really need to get a burrito. So I'm going to go take care of those couple things. You guys be excellent to each other. Take care. Peace. I need to figure out also how to end the stream. Here we go. I think I'm saying goodbye.